Halstead Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
Good afternoon and welcome to this twin bill here from Wahpeton Post 20, coming here to face Casselton Post 15 Haymakers. We're excited to have you, and we're really excited about this game. This game's an important game for both teams. They're battling it out for the 7 seed here, and it's the last doubleheader for each team of the season, of the regular season. And next week, East Regional already gets started. It's a really tough East region. There's 9 teams, and any of them can beat anybody on any given day. And you can't just show up and roll over against any of them. So we're excited about that. And that's going to be hosted at Staryon Field in Fargo. Post 400, Jeff Gould and Don Bryant and Kevin Kidder and crew do a wonderful job there. We're looking forward to that. But what we'll first start out with here is the lineups. And we'll start with Wahpeton's lineup. They're the visitor on the scoreboard. First off, their reserves are Dylan Verstraight. Number 3 is Ryan Brown. Number 9 is Matt Peterson. They are coached by head coach Chris Kappas. He's had a lot of success there in Wahpeton. At one point there, just a couple years ago, there were 3 of 4 state titles in the Class A division. Steve Hockert is the assistant coach. And the back girls, Windessa Kappas. Leadoff hitter is the pitcher number 20, Carter Hockert. Second baseman number 13, Trayton King. Third baseman number 12, Aiden Hayak. Number 2 is the shortstop, Riley Jones. Number 6 is the center fielder, Braden Steffens. Number 11 is the first baseman, Ryland Flack. Number 5 is the right fielder, Kason Pinsenow. Number 10 is the designated hitter, Eli Kappas. Number 14 is the left fielder, Evan Doctor. Number 8 is the catcher, Brayton Heitkamp. And we'll go on to the Haymakers. They're playing a little bit of Ironman ball tonight. Mitch Shear is the head coach. Nick Holm is the assistant. They got 9 guys that are healthy tonight. Carter Nelson's been just a trooper, been a stud all year, and he's got a little bit of a stomach thing going on, so he's out tonight, but he's here in the dugout because he's just that kind of guy. And our leadoff hitter is number 9, Carver Kosowski, the third baseman. 2 batters, the second baseman, Brody Kigley. Center fielder is number 25, Ryan Osmanstad. Number 5, the right fielder is Grayson Lewis. Number 3, the shortstop is Jack Everson. Number 20, the first baseman is Bryce Mueller. Number 6, number 8, the catcher is Grady Mueller. And number 6, the left fielder is Keegan Peterson. And last but certainly not least is the pitcher, number 1, Lucas Christensen. He can be dynamite. He can be the best pitcher in the state when he's on. We'll see if we get that version of him tonight. We will take a quick break here as we get ready for the PA announcer and team to do their thing. And we'll be back in just a little bit. Keep watching here on yourliveevent.com.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471. Casselton Parks and Recreation provides a wide range of programs, activities, and community events throughout the year. From parks, facilities, shelters, and outdoor spaces, they're perfect for gatherings, recreation, and enjoying a peaceful break in nature. Enjoy Cottonwood Golf Course for a fun and challenging round of golf for every skill level. To book a tee time or to find out more about Casselton Parks and Recreation, go online to CasseltonParks.com. That's CasseltonParks.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated. So you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471. Casselton Parks and Recreation provides a wide range of programs, activities, and community events throughout the year. From parks, facilities, shelters, and outdoor spaces, they're perfect for gatherings, recreation, and enjoying a peaceful break in nature. Enjoy Cottonwood Golf Course for a fun and challenging round of golf for every skill level. To book a tee time or to find out more about Casselton Parks and Recreation, go online to CasseltonParks.com. That's CasseltonParks.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yield and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome again here to Valley Process Technology Field here in Casselton. And joined here with Travis Lamar, our color man for this evening, and athletic director and student ambassador and wrestling coach and football offensive coordinator and all the above, right, here for Central Cass. Travis, what are you looking for here tonight between Wahpeton and Casselton?
I think it's kind of similar to what we talked about Tuesday night, right? Just playing good baseball. If you can get some wins, great. But at the end of the day, it's really about making sure that you're fine-tuning things as you head into, the post-region tournament next week or postseason tournament next week.
Yeah, I think we both were talking throughout a lot of the night on Tuesday night that really it's the best brand of baseball we've seen in quite a while for the Haymakers, and really they've been building toward that. They've had a ton of good games here in a row, and they're really playing selflessly. And then they just ran into a buzzsaw that last half inning. I just think it was one of those cases where West Fargo doesn't quit. They have really good hitters, and they just caught fire. Did you see anything different than that?
No, I mean, Coach Shear brings Grady in to, try and close out the game. And, all you're looking for from a pitcher when they come in is throw strikes, right? And kudos to West Fargo. I mean, they just hit it where we weren't.
Grady did his job. Grady caught 10 innings, and it was hotter than the heck night. They were playing Ironman ball that night. 100%.
It was good defense all the way around. They didn't score those runs because we were throwing the ball around or making errors or anything like that. They just hit it, and not much you can do there.
My guess is it can be critical with young people to let them know that, right? Kind of pull them out of the details a little bit and give them the perspective of, hey, you're still doing everything the right way. It just you ran into a buzzsaw there. Carter Hockert hits a ground ball there to shortstop Jack Everson, who sends it over to Bryce Mueller at first base. Jack Everson is one of the seniors tonight. They're playing their last home game for the Haymaker Legion program, and so we'll talk a little bit more about that with all these guys as the night goes on. This is the second baseman, number 13. Trayton King, and he hits a ground ball to Everson as well. Everson has to charge just one a little harder, and that's a put out there, 6-3 to Bryce Mueller, and quickly 2 up, 2 down. Lucas Christensen has been as good a pitcher as Casselton has ever had and Central Cass has ever had consistently since he came here, and that's, he was probably 10 years old, 9 years old, something like that when he came here. This year, in a rare time, he kind of had a couple short rest starts, and he just didn't look like himself a couple times, and then he got back to like as good as anybody in the state form and had a really great game against Kindred, and so we'll see where he's at. I think Mitch Shear did a really great job. Coach Shear did a great job Tuesday night. It would have been short-term thinking it would have been really attractive to bring him in maybe late in that game, but I like what he did. He took the long view and said, hey, let's give him full rest. Let's get him ready for East Region, because ultimately he needs to be an ace type of guy, or we're not going very far anyways.
Yeah, and like you said, one of the best, if not the best, since he got here, and that's saying something, right?
That is saying something. We've had
some very successful pitchers that have taken the mound for, all of Casselton baseball,
no
whether
question.
It's Central Cass or Casselton, or the summer teams.
Yep.
But you're right. It's unless it's postseason time, even in the majors, right? Like, guys, hey, we need to get a win. Nope, you're going to get your normal rest. And smart move by Coach Shear to make sure that Lucas is good to go.
Yeah, great start there by Lucas. 3 up, 3 down. Brody Kegley with a nice play over there to Bryce Mueller there. And that ends the top of the first inning. We'll head to the bottom of first. Keep watching here on yourliveevent.com as the Haymakers have their first at bat.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search Your Live Event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
All right, we are back here, bottom of the first inning. Carver Kasowski coming in. Boy, we talked a lot about him Tuesday night, and we have talked a lot about him this year, and we're going to be talking a lot about him for the next few years. He's just a bright young star here for the Haymakers.
Yeah, had a great night at the plate there and picks it up right where he left off on Tuesday night.
Nice
had a great outing on the mound for us. Unfortunately, the boys just couldn't finish that one out. But,
he not for lack of, he got to the limit and not for anything lucky, but he did. He was dominant, and then what it kind of showed you with when West Fargo hit like that in the bottom, so it's like, or top of 7, it's like, they're really good hitters, which even tells you more what Carver was doing there, right?
And as much as we need Lucas to be an ace, for us to make a deep push and potentially get up to Williston, we need Carver to do the same thing.
There's no question.
Those two have to be spot on and ready to go at the in the tournament, and
no question.
Going to have to eat up a lot of innings and keep the runs limited for the Haymakers to pull out those wins.
Yeah, truthfully, like we've said many times this year, the aces are Lucas, Carver, and Keegan.
Yep.
And Bryce Mueller is knocking on the door. Like, he's done everything this summer that should put him in that category. Just like he has a little bit different style than those top 3 that are a little more like power throwers that you think of when you think of like MLB playoff pitchers,
Yep.
But the thing is, Bryce Mueller's done every bit as good. So in a lot of ways, you have 4 aces.
Yep.
You got some other guys that have proven they can do it. But when we're talking aces, we kind of mean top of the line staff that we have. So
and we kind of talked about it with Bryce, in his game on Tuesday night, right? Like he's not going to overpower you, but the way that he can change up his speed, change up the location and stuff like that, he keeps where he lacks in power, he makes up for in making hitters guess where that ball's going to be.
Super savvy. This is Brody Kigley. Just dynamite at the plate. Quarterback on the football team in the fall. Really, really savvy player, really smart player no matter what sport he plays. He's kind of a guy that's thinking 2 steps ahead. We'll see how he does in his first at bat here tonight. And you mentioned earlier, you said something about, regardless of Central Cass and Casselton and how it works, for people at home is the stance for a long time that predates people like me is if they play for Central Cass, they can play for Casselton in the summer, and that's an awesome thing. So it really mirrors. It's the same people.
Yep.
Right? It's 100% the same people. And what I love about, like, the move the other night that Coach Shearer did with Lucas, you're not just protecting him for yourself. You're protecting him for the spring. You're protecting him for his college career. You're protecting all of it, right? All right, here comes Ryan Osmondstad, talented 3-hitter, hunter, fisher, extraordinaire type guy, right?
Oh, yeah.
What can you tell us about Ryan Osmondstad from the hallways that people might not know?
I'll tell you what, number one thing that's underrated with Ryan is he was a heck of a wrestler.
Yeah.
And just, he really, really got into baseball and really just kind of wanted to shift his focus to baseball and stuff. And you're seeing it out here tonight, or this season, right?
Yep.
And you saw it last season. When he committed to baseball, he really improved his game and became a heck of a player for him. But in the halls, he's a lot. I would say he's similar to Grayson, right?
Okay.
Where every time you see him, it's always, hey, how you doing, stuff like that.
Yep.
He's quieter than Grayson,
Oh, interesting. Okay.
You're not getting the jokester, like Grayson can be and stuff like that.
A little more serious and reserved.
Yeah, but like once you get to know him, he opens that up, and you get to, he's a great kid that you can, joke around with and do all those things. But when he steps on the diamond, or when he stepped on the mat, or I imagine when he's out in a hunting blind, he is stone cold serious.
All business.
He expects to have success every time.
Yeah. Doesn't lack for confidence from what I've seen. And what's interesting about Ryan is he's one of these guys that's going to do what he does, right? So like you talk about when he decided on baseball, he does that. And honestly, we're going to ask him about some amateur things in August, and he's like, nope, I got some fishing things those weekends, and he's just going to do what he's going to do, and you gotta admire that in a kid too.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing, for people to look at and realize and stuff like that. They're not they're not like turning down opportunities or anything like that so much as they are, hey, you know what? I love this just as much as I love baseball, and I had this on the schedule, and I want to make sure that I get to enjoy all aspects of what I do.
No question. Yeah, they've been playing baseball since March, or if you talk about a couple open gyms before that, right? So like, and I think that's what we've talked about on so many of these nights when we've been together is we're lucky right now to have a culture where when the kids aren't doing sports, they're doing stuff pretty productive, right? So if a kid's all into hunting and fishing and spending a lot of time there, they're the least of our worries.
Yep.
So here we go. We got guys on first and second. Jack Everson comes with late. Grayson Lewis with a really nice hit there. He looked like he just kind of like, almost like a breaking pitch that he had to stay back on, and he just kept his swing speed and dumped it over the shortstop's head. Really, he's just been phenomenal at the plate.
Yeah, he doesn't try to do too much, right? If you give him something that he can hit for power, he's going to try and swing for power. But if you don't, he's just going to try and get on base no matter what it is.
Ground ball there for Jack Everson to end the inning. And remind me when we come back. I got a good Grayson Lewis story to tell you all about him. You need to know too. And we'll head to the top of the second. Keep watching here on YourLiveEvent.com.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
All right, we are back here, top of the second inning. And Riley Jones, the shortstop, is leading off here. One of those right-handed throwers, left-handed batters, as you talked about last time with Brody. And, it's kind of ideal. If a dad is going to have their way with their kid, they probably end up that way. And the reason for that is, as a right-hander, you can play so many positions in the field compared to left-handers. You're kind of relegated to first in the outfield unless you have a really open-minded coach. And then batting, most pitchers are right-handed, and it's an advantage to have all the breaking stuff coming in on you instead of away from you. So that's why they say that. High percentage of the pros and high-level college guys are left-handers, which is kind of crazy to think because they're a small part of the real population. Ooh, barely fall there.
That was close.
That was scary, and it looks like Riley Jones is a fast runner that would have hurt us quite a bit there if he had done that. Okay, so my Grayson Lewis story. So you remember at the end of Tuesday night, he brought the fan up here.
Yep.
We're up here sweating, right? Yep. We only have one fan, and so just knowing Grayson like we do, and he's one of the seniors tonight, so we'll be talking a little more about him. I knew that he would not steal the fan this time, that he would leave it up here, and it's going to be super hot in the dugout. So So we brought a couple fans down in the dugout today, and sure enough, first thing he tells me is, "Hey, your fan's up there." It's just like you just knew that would be Grayson, that he would do that. So
and he's not dumb, right? Like, he's a smart kid, so he knows that if he steals that thing again, we're going to know that he stole it, and we're going to talk about it on your live
That's
event.
true.
And he's going to have no defense to any of it because he's out there playing a baseball game right now. So
that's true. So it might not just be him being a great kid. Is that what you're telling me?
I think. He's a great kid.
No, I know, but not just that is what I'm saying.
I think there might be a little ulterior motive to it.
I understand. So he did get a little of his dad in him, is what you're telling me. So.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Although you said the smart kid part, I don't know.
Well, that's his mom.
That's his mom. Okay, yep. Perfect. Well, that was a nice hit there up the middle by Braden Steffens. Nice shot there. He's the center fielder, and here comes Rylan Flack, the first baseman. So if we go across the field here a little bit, in left field we have Keegan Peterson. A little bit against his customary. He plays a lot of infield typically, but he's just willing to play whatever, and he's athletic enough to play whatever. Center field is Ryan Osmondstad, where if you've ever watched Lucas Christensen, it's going to look a lot like him. They're both phenomenal out there. Right fielder's Grayson Lewis, who we've talked quite a bit about already. Carver Kaselski at third, the 16-year-old, very talented 16-year-old. Shortstop is Jack Everson, one of our seniors. Brody Kegley is at second. First baseman is Bryce Mueller. Behind the plate is Grady Mueller. And once again, on the mound is Lucas Christensen. Heavy dose of 17-year-olds, guys that have at least 1 year. There's some of those guys can come back after their freshman year of college, but for the most part, they come back for one more year. That is just a very baseball-intensive grade, and always has been. So you see a lot of those guys out there. Nice hit there again, this time by number 11.
And, a smart play by Lewis there.
Yeah.
Because as soon as it came off the bat, he looked to charge it. Realized he wasn't going to get there, kind of held up, played the hop, and got it into second base right away to keep runners at first and second. That ball gets by him. I mean, one is scoring for sure, if not maybe both of them.
Yep. Yeah, we saw a play like that the other night that kind of got away and gave a run early on, where this one you keep the forces right away, and it really makes it so the hitter's got to get 3 or 4 hits to get one run. So here's Kaysen Pinsino, the right fielder, Grayson's counterpart tonight. Yeah, Grayson loves catching. He's really good at catching. I think he also likes when he gets a breather and gets to be out in right field and gets to stand up and stretch his legs a little bit. So I don't think he's one of those guys that's going to complain about that.
No, and I think as long as he's out there, that's all he cares about.
That's right.
Being out there, trying to help the team win and do whatever it takes to try and help his team to victory and just get to play, right? I mean, that's kind of what it's about, especially kid his age, like you said, down to their last home game here. You want to be out there as much as you can and get a chance to kind of just take it all in one last time here, at VPT Field and play in front of your family and your friends and play for your teammates.
Absolutely. So tonight's not the only game going on in that Casselton people and Central Cass people will be keeping an eye on. The Casselton Blackstockings, the 15-year-old team here from Casselton, is down in Kindred. And I believe Kindred, they may be still playing against Valley City. The winner of that would have to beat Casselton twice. That first game is tonight. And if needed, that second game would be 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So obviously, if you're a Casselton fan, you're hoping it gets wrapped up tonight. Batting now is Eli Kappas, the coach's son. He's the designated hitter, batting with 2 outs. We haven't mentioned yet our umps tonight are Scott Carlblum behind home plate, a long-time ump, guy that's done a lot of work in a lot of different places. First time this summer here, but really great guy and great ump. And Andrew Volk, longtime Casselton Central Cass guy on the bases. Well, there we go. They got through that one, so you talk about Grayson's play out there and right. Pretty huge now, right? That could have resulted in a run or more. Instead, he lives to play another day and stops that thing. And now we'll go to the bottom of the second inning, and Haymakers will be coming back to bat. Keep watching here on yourliveevent.com.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
All right, we are back here, and we're in the bottom of the second inning here as the Haymakers. Kind of a funny thing there. I saw Rylan Flack, the first baseman, was going to throw a ground ball, and it kind of, I suppose, a little slippery and sweaty. The ball slipped out of his hand, so I'm sure his teammates will have a little fun with him there. One thing we're talking about on break is the pitcher here is Carter Hockert, and catcher is Brayton Heitkamp. That Hockert name should be familiar to anyone following Wahpeton throughout the years. The assistant coach is Steve Hockert, and he's a talented player for Jamestown back in the day, and we were talking about he's a class of 95 guy, so of course he's a great athlete.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of anybody that graduated in the class of 1995 that wasn't a great athlete or didn't have the potential to be a great athlete.
That's hard to
put
argue.
It that way,
that's hard to argue, yes. That's, I'm glad you throw the potential thing in there because I don't want anyone pulling up stats.
Yeah, right.
Not as good as I once was, I guess.
But I was good once as I ever was,
right. And keep getting better back then as I get older. So
yeah,
that's always good.
Yep.
So you were valedictorian from rugby for 1995.
You know, that's the one thing I wasn't.
You weren't. Okay.
I was
salutatorian.
I just, my senior year, just kind of sloughed off maybe a little too much.
Sure.
And kind of let it slide. Let some people get past me.
Sure.
But
makes sense.
Yeah,
makes sense. Forgot to bring your books home.
Well, you don't want to win all the awards, right?
No, I can't do that. Yeah. So, warm night tonight. Stop me if you've heard that one before. Nice part is we woke up this morning with a lot of smoke, and to the point where I'm like, boy, everybody wants to get their games in now because their playoffs are next week. So any coach is going to play with any chance they get. But I was like, I don't know. If it's like this, it's going to be hard to play. Luckily, the wind shifted. But with that wind shift, I think it got a little hotter because the wind had to come from the south to get rid of that.
Yeah, but unlike Tuesday, at least there is a breeze, right? So you feel a little bit of relief.
True.
You talk about the air quality and stuff. Way better tonight. This morning, I got out of bed. It felt like somebody had a campfire in my front yard, my backyard, my side yard, in my garage. So
that's right. That's right. And I only did it in your front yard.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
as long as it was there.
Yeah.
When we have that type of weather, our longtime trainer Ben Carpenter, he'll be out here with his gauge and he'll tell us whether or not it's safe or not, and whether or not we can play. And
interesting.
When I saw the skies this morning, I almost texted you saying, "We playing tonight?"
I know. Yeah, it was a little scary. We did mention to folks practicing this morning, saying, "Hey, if you don't need it this morning, probably a good idea not to."
Yep.
Live to play another day there, but I think if some guys did it, they maybe did a really short one. But I think we lucked out. There just wasn't a lot of practices because, as you mentioned, the Haymakers are playing, the Black Stockings are playing, and Railcats just got beat out and got fourth in the district this year, so they're done. So there really wasn't a ton of practice here. Nice walk by Grady Mueller. This is one of the Ironman things that hurts, and when I say Ironman, it means we have 9 guys playing tonight. Usually you'd have someone run for Grady Mueller. There's no one here to do it, so but I guarantee we won't hear a complaint from Grady tonight.
No, he won't care. And you know what? I bet he actually relishes the fact that he gets to run the bases.
Probably true.
Bit.
That's probably true. That's probably true. So, one thing you mentioned a lot, and I agree with you. Like, basically, people sign up for sports because they want to play, right? And then the second piece of that is sports are supposed to teach you something. It's supposed to teach you some resiliency, teach you, to earn your spot and to do all that.
Yep.
How do you reconcile that or measure that or I should say balance that in all the athletics at Central Cass?
As far as
just kind of keeping folks playing and getting enough playing, but also like giving them the the opportunity to learn that you kind of got to compete and earn spots.
Well, I think, I guess when I first started here, we had a very successful volleyball program. We still, still have a very successful program.
Sure.
But it was the only program where you saw consistent trips to state, all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
It was also the only program where you saw cuts.
Oh, interesting.
Our volleyball numbers have exploded.
Yep.
Along with, all of our other sports, numbers have just gone crazy, and our kids want to be out there and want to be a part of things, which is quite honestly, I think, one of the biggest reasons, if not the biggest reason, of why our participation numbers are up.
Yep.
But providing them opportunities, whether that's adding, with baseball this past spring, we had essentially the
second JV team.
Second JV team, the JV team,
huge.
and then
Huge.
you had the varsity roster that consisted of 17, 18 kids, right?
Yeah.
And volleyball, it was a couple years ago we added the first 9th grade team, and now the last 2 years we've had 2 9th grade teams plus a C squad team, JV and varsity, and and it's for me it's just trying to find matches or games or whatever it is for them.
Yep.
And find like in golf our numbers have been really good there too. It's finding JV meets for those that aren't JV, because the tough thing with golf is there's only 6 spots, right? And when you go to a varsity meet, you only get to bring your 6. You don't get to bring your 7 and 8, even if they are that good, right?
Yep.
So it's making sure you find meets for them to go and compete in too, and I think that's the piece, right? Like, you start off as 9th grade. If you're playing 9th grade basketball or you're playing the second JV team for baseball, your goal is to make it to the next level and hopefully make it to that next level by the end of that season.
Sure.
So on and so forth, right? Like we saw in volleyball a couple girls this last year that were kind of JV all year, and they earned those last jerseys as they got ready for the state tournament. So I think it's that,
Sure.
I think, and kids want to be the showcase team, if you will, and I understand that with a lot of kids. I think the balancing act is wanting to be on that varsity team just to be on the varsity team, or wanting to be on that varsity team and getting to still play and compete.
Sure.
Sure. A sport like volleyball and basketball, you have a little bit more flexibility there with the JV. They can go and play JV, and then you have them for depth on the varsity bench, if you will. Maybe they get 2 quarters or something like that.
Sure.
Where like baseball and, like wrestling and stuff, if you're JV before the duel or you're the JV team playing in Kindred, you don't have a chance to sit on the bench and be a depth player for the varsity game that's at home. So understanding that, hey, maybe playing JV down in Kindred tonight is what's best for my future long-term goals in baseball.
Sure.
So.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense. So a lot of times it's not so much playing on the top team and showcase team. It's just getting innings in baseball, or getting some time in football or basketball at some level.
Yep.
And we talk a lot about that in the summer we say there's a spot for you. You might not like the position you play on, the team you land on, or the how much pitching you get, but there is a spot for you. And then really following that up with some time. Sometimes how that works is, for baseball, it's the second game. You might have a 5-inning affair, you might have a non-counter game, or you might have that. So that kind of works like the JV for basketball or volleyball or whatever, right? But and then and then balancing it too, having enough guys on the team so you don't end up with 9 guys like we did tonight too, which can be difficult. But
and you take a look at Carver Kozowski, right, who's up now.
Yeah.
His freshman year, played JV baseball all year long, and then pitches arguably in the most important game of the region tournament to get us to the ultimate championship game.
Yep.
But showed what he could do at the JV level.
Yeah.
Kept doing that, and earned the trust in the coaches and in the rest of his teammates to, when they said, "Hey, the ball's yours today," everybody felt like they had a chance to win.
No question. Yeah, it's kind kind of nice when you do that. He was a freshman at the time, like you say. It's nice with those kids to make it like get to a point where everybody's like, he's the next guy. You got to play him, right?
Yep.
You got to, because and then because ultimately what I found with kids, us parents may always struggle a little bit with this, but kids want to win. They want the best kids out there. They know who the best kids are.
Yep.
They don't want a thing where it's just older kids get to play or you don't have to earn their spots. They want the best kids because they want to be part of a winner, and they want to can be plus it's the most motivating environment when boy, if I put a lot of time in and I get really good, I'm going to get that experience when I'm up there.
And, one of the things, I remember Coach Costa had me talk to the softball team. This is many years ago,
Sure.
right?
Yep.
Back when they were still playing out at the res. I went over before practice, and I asked them all a simple question, right? Who wants to win a state title this year? Every hand went up, right?
Yep.
And I said, okay, for this next question, this is what I really want you to think about, okay? And you don't raise your hand. I'm not asking anybody to raise their hand. How many of you are willing to not be part of the 9 people out there if it means we have a better chance of winning a state title?
Yeah.
And sometimes I think it bears reminding to kids, like,
it does.
It's for the greater good of it, and everybody wants to be the best, but it's maybe not your time, right?
Yep. Absolutely. What a great topic. So we'll move on to the top of the third inning there. Once again, the Haymakers were threatening there, and they had the bases loaded, but couldn't quite get one across there. We'll move to the third inning. Keep watching on YourLiveEvent.com.
At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471. Casselton Parks and Recreation provides a wide range of programs, activities, and community events throughout the year. From parks, facilities, shelters, and outdoor spaces, they're perfect for gatherings, recreation, and enjoying a peaceful break in nature. Enjoy Cottonwood Golf Course for a fun and challenging round of golf for every skill level. To book a tee time or to find out more about Casselton Parks and Recreation, go online to CasseltonParks.com. That's CasseltonParks.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
All right, we are back here, and sorry we missed that one. There was a ground ball right away there to Bryce Mueller for the first out. Made
a great backhanded play. Had to go to his right to get it, and then had to come back to the bag to beat the runner out. And I've been really impressed with Bryce all year, manning first base.
Yep.
Through school ball and everything I've seen so far this summer, he just does a good job over there. Unless it's airmailed, you can almost guarantee that that ball's going to end up in his glove.
Yeah, so that was Brayton Heidkamp, by the way, who hit the ground ball. And now we have a ground ball from the leadoff hitter, Carter Hockert, and also the pitcher. Nice.
That's a great play. Heads-up play by Lucas, right?
Yeah, I love it. You watch it. Bryce goes over, makes a good play, and then his throw is a little bit off. He kind of gets behind Lucas, so Lucas kind of dives with his foot and touches it. Instantly, Bryce takes ownership of that. You can just see him pat his chest saying, hey, man, sorry. And it's like, that's what we're seeing more and more of with this team, which is really fun to see. So here comes Trayton King, the second baseman for Wahpeton. Good game here so far on both sides, both defense showing off a little bit here, and the pitcher's living up to their capabilities and skill sets. I would say one maybe different. So, well, Wahpeton has threatened a little bit, but I'd say that the Haymakers so far have threatened a little more. I know it's only been 2 innings, so it's hard to judge too much.
Yeah, it's just good to see them get on the sticks right away.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
it just bodes well for as the game goes on.
There's 3 quick outs there for Lucas and the defense. Really nice defense. Everything to the right side of the field that time. We'll head to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Keep watching here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
So what we talked about there, that really is everything. So welcome back here. Sorry, in mid-conversation, had to finish that thought. We're talking about the landscape across the state. Is that most teams now send their 15-year-olds up to Legion, and Class B is really the only exception to that, and that's because they have a state tournament, situation there with Class B. So, but some of the smaller schools still will send their 15s up. So one of the many decisions that has to happen from year to year for each school, but also it's a state decision now, because at some point the state decision, you have to decide, okay, similar to the 3-class system that happened during the school, like, what do we need to do here? What do we need to do to make sure that we have a good balance of power? Here's Ryan Osmondstad, because things have changed so much, right?
For sure.
I remember when the 3-class system came out for basketball, they said the second division now is the same number size schools that the top division was back when they first went to 2 classes.
Yeah.
So it's just a different landscape now.
And like when we were going through the 3-class, building the 3-class, if you will.
Yeah.
Our committee sat down, and the one thing we talked about was, like, you think about when high school activities first started, the largest high school in the state of North Dakota was 500 kids.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is not the case anymore.
That is not the case
That
anymore.
is a super small Class A school now.
That's crazy.
So
that's crazy. It's it's just different, and it is different whether you're a commuter school or a parochial school or even some of the reservation schools and different things like that. I think and that's one of the things that I just like. There isn't enough things that I love about the middle class, but like I love about the middle class is you have all of them, and there really is, like, there's way less of they shouldn't be here, they shouldn't be here. It's just kind of like, hey, you better run a good program or you're going to get your butt kicked, But ton of development across all levels, which is fun to see. I think it safe at first base there with Grayson Lewis. And that's going to bring up Jack Everson, the shortstop. Of course, so when I grew up in Valley City, and like we were A, but we were super small A, and then we were B in the summer from a Legion perspective. So we kind of had a little bit of taste of both. But now, of course, we've been in Central Cass since 2001, and in Casselton since 2001. So when they're talking about the 3-class, my biggest thing I thought was, boy, it's awesome when you have a JV game and you have a C squad game and you have a 9th grade game. It just helps to everybody gets a good game. It's similar age kids playing against the similar age kids. But then what was interesting was, so of course I'm looking at it from a Central Cass perspective, and I still think that way. But then that first state championship basketball game, I remember watching the Class B championship, and I'm like, well, you really have to protect Class B. Like Class B really should be. I forget the number, but I think it's like 500 kids and lower. Or it's something like that. Like you really have to. That should always be what Class B is, regardless of who falls under there. You don't, because there has to be a level where that's the experience. There was a really talented young guy that was probably 5'3" in that championship game and ended up being the star, and it's like that's just really hard to happen in Class A. So.
Well, and I think the thing with the other thing with that, like with Class B, is you might get that school that has their once out of 20-year team, right?
Yeah, right. You point to the outliers a lot of times.
And if you look at when we were Class B, you had us, Oak Grove, and Kindred.
Yep. In
that mix every year. Well, you don't have to just beat one team now. Like you got to beat all three of us. Northern Cass up north.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think it equaled the playing field for everybody. Our games on Tuesdays, Thursdays, Mondays, Fridays. They're all great games all the time.
All tough games. Really been fun to see, and you see that across some of the different levels. You hate to say it, but there's just kind of 5 years in advance, you can almost pick who the top few teams are going to be, and it just really shouldn't be that way from their perspective. And I think what also throws us off, like you talk about the outliers, there's also the outliers that are just like fantastic programs. Like Thompson baseball is going to be good all the time, no matter where you put them. Same with Lemoore, same with Kindred football. There was quite a few years there where Hillsborough football is just going to always be good, right? They're just always that.
I mean, that's why I give Park River credit, right?
100%.
They could be Class B right now, but they wanted to move up. They wanted to play, the best, the toughest competition they could play.
100%. That's a fun topic, and we can talk a little bit more about that because very relevant here with the Class A East region coming up here soon. Fun to see what Brett Omdahl's doing up there and crew. There's always a ton of people behind him doing that stuff. So keep watching here on yourliveevent.com, and we'll head to the fourth inning.
Radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search Your Live Event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good!
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
All right, we are back here, top of the fourth inning. We were talking, here first, I guess I should mention that we have number 12, Aiden Hayek, coming up, the third baseman for Wahpeton. We mentioned this during intros, but that was early and a lot of people weren't there. I think you have to mention whenever there's a bat girl, Wendessa Kappas is down there being the bad girl. I can see her kind of looking up and looking around like any young lady would do. I'm guessing that is a relative of the coach, Chris Kappas. So that's always fun when they incorporate the young ones. I was a bat boy when we were younger, and it's funny, you run into a lot of folks that are. It's amazing how many people are still involved in baseball in some way if you were that when you're younger.
Yeah,
and you've had ball boys and all that stuff.
Well, I look at, Peyton started being a ball boy for me when he was in kindergarten, and he was a ball boy until he was suiting up as a freshman, and
you learn a lot by osmosis there, don't you?
And we've had a lot of great kids that want to come out and be ball boys because of it, and I think that's a big piece of the participation thing at the school, right? Is providing opportunities for kids to participate. Yeah. Even an elementary kid coming out and being a ball boy for a night, and maybe it's somebody else the next Friday, stuff like that. And, and we have the talk with them all the time, just like I'm sure Coach Kappas did here, is like, hey, this is a serious role. You know,
Yep.
there's no goofing around or anything like that.
Yep.
You know, you got to be kind of Johnny on the spot with everything.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I know every Friday night the refs that we have just are always like, man, your ball boys are the best. You know, like they
That's
run
awesome.
the ball out
They're
to
kind of
us.
asked to do,
you know?
yeah.
So
Take
So,
advantage of that young energy, and
yeah, for sure.
that's really cool stuff. And I see that across the board. You do it with the ball boys, but you also do it like I think of. I just know this one from being close at home, but I've seen you do this with many kids across the way. But it's the one that's top of mind because I just know the situation better. My youngest son had quit basketball a year or two ago, and all of his buddies play basketball. Well, Coach Norman, of course, and through your leadership and through his leadership, he did everything he could to try and get Will involved in some way, whether that's a team manager or stat or whatever. And it's super genius, and we see it with it's the right thing to do, and we see it with the Legion team. We see it with all these teams. Like, people want to be around their buds.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, and the great part is your best chance of keeping some of those really talented kids. Have the kid they like to hang out with them,
you
right?
know, and like we talked, probably one of the first games we did this year. You know, I talked about Carver and that he had wrestled for me.
Yeah.
You know, from middle
Yeah.
school kind of up, and
Yep.
had some back issues, and wanted to make sure that he was healthy for this season of baseball. And like came in, and he's like, man, he just struggled to get the words out, and I'm like, you don't want to wrestle, right? He's like,
You've
"No."
seen this enough after how many
and
years, right?
He's like, yeah, no, I just don't. I said, okay, give me the reasons why, and he told me legit reasons,
Yep. Yep.
And I'm like, okay. I said, what do you think about being like our audio video guy, making videos, doing,
Which I guarantee is
doing
something
stuff.
that you need
Yeah,
anyways, right?
like, and
it's not a fluff job.
yeah,
by
and
any means.
kids nowadays, everything is TikTok, Instagram,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff.
Better than us at it.
Yeah, and they want to see those videos of,
Yep.
not only of their friends, but also of themselves, right? You
Yep.
know, so,
Yep.
Carver kind of got tasked with that this winter. It kept him around the program. He's a great kid. Love having him around the program.
Yep.
And a bunch of his buddies, still wrestle. So
Perfect.
it's
perfect. And he's buddies of the kids wrestling, so
Yeah.
it's more fun
Yeah.
for them to
Oh,
stay
yeah.
wrestling, right?
Yeah.
So
it's and it is like,
center fielder Braden Steffens here. Keep going.
Hey, just when you see a kid that has to miss out, and unfortunately we've seen it with injuries and stuff throughout the years here, like you do at every school.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Peyton, when he got hurt as a freshman and
Yeah.
a sophomore, he essentially became another coach for us on the football field and definitely in the wrestling room.
Yeah. Yeah.
Him and Drew Urbach are still best friends to this day. And as we approach the end of the year, I looked at Peyton and I said, he's yours. He's like, what? I said, he's yours.
Yeah.
I want you to watch film on the kids he's got to wrestle and figure out how to get this kid to state. And, they film studied, and, he got him there. And I think that's one of the reasons why, Pate's going to school for, elementary ed and a minor in coaching.
Yeah, and then there's just so many terrific things about that. Like, lo and behold, unfortunately, Drew Urbach ends up being a knee injury guy, just like Peyton was. And I guarantee, it's kind of funny. Sometimes I think there's divine intervention on some of this stuff. But also, you talked about him being a ball boy since he was kindergarten, first grade. I guarantee he heard a lot of coaches throughout the years giving instruction. And it just, that's a coaching camp without having to run a coaching camp,
Right.
Well, that was once again a quick inning here. Goes to the bottom of the fourth inning. Nice job by Lucas Christensen and really good defense behind him. Keep watching here on yourliveevent.com as we go to break.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
Yep. All right, we are back here. Can you hear me?
Nope.
All right. Oh.
Yep, there we go.
Oh, man. Just did an old man move here. Had the, no offense to the other old man. I'm calling myself an old man there. I was wondering why I couldn't hear myself, and I had my speaker up towards the top of my head. That would explain things. So.
Hey, you'd be surprised how often that happens on a Friday night on the football field.
Oh, I bet.
Hey, what'd you say?
Oh.
And then you repeat it, and you're like,
That's funny. I can picture Coach Butler with his thing up.
Yeah.
So is he a culprit?
It drives. It drives one of our coaches absolutely crazy. Let's put it that way.
I could see you have some people that have high attention to detail, and you have some people that have a lot of other strengths, right?
Well,
and,
and
so
you get caught in the moment, and you're trying to talk,
no
and you're screaming out to the field, so you don't want to scream into the headphones, and and
Sure.
then you forget to put it back down, and and then Coach Lynch from up in the booth is like, Tommy, what's the call? Tommy.
I've got to know Coach Lynch a little bit this summer more because I really enjoy working with him, and he's a head coach for a PV rookie, and I could just imagine he's very measured in everything he does, so it works best if you're measured around him. But a good dude, really good guy.
Yep.
Here we go. We got one out. Guy at second base. Nice job. This is what we've been seeing a lot of. Lucas and the rest of the team just doing what they're asked to do. He's and really performing, because you can try to bunt and you can pop up and you can do all that stuff, but he does his job. He does it well. Gets Keegan over to second, and now all of a sudden you got your top of the order up with a guy in scoring position. Let's see if this is when the Haymakers can break through.
Well, and the other thing you saw with Keegan's at bat, right? He hits a ground ball to the shortstop. Hits a ground ball to shortstop. Shortstop bobbles it, but because Keegan is hustling down to first base, there's not even a play at first now.
Totally.
You could be like, I'm going to ground out again, and you just kind of jog out of the box, and you get thrown out. So those are the little things that I think the Haymakers have really started to do well.
Great call. And because it wasn't always that way in June, right? And same with the year before. It takes a while to get it going, right? And to really kudos to the coaches for explaining the why behind it. You really do need to do that these days, right? You hear some of the old school coaches that would just yell it, and the kids would do it and say yes sir, and there's a little less of that where kids are inquisitive and want to know. And
like I tell our kids all the time, and Coach Butler kind of does the same thing, and Coach Norman, and kind of it's just where we're at, right? There is no sense to do a drill that is not going to help you get better or in a game.
Yeah,
right?
100%. 100%.
And if we're doing a drill and I can't explain how it relates to the sport of wrestling, then you should tell me to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's key for all these young coaches that are out there is, don't just do drills because you saw it on Facebook or TikTok or whatever.
No, so true.
How's it going to help you win games and make your kids better? And if you can answer that question, then it's a drill for you.
Yeah. That is that's harder these days. That part is because there's so much out there.
It's information overload on social media.
It really is.
Sports have become a business. There's no doubt about it, right? It's a money maker.
No doubt.
And people are using it on the internet as a way to make money too. You see guys that, didn't quite make it in the NFL that are now, quote unquote, position experts, and you see their stuff on on social media all the time.
Yep, they're fly out there to end the half inning. We move to the top of the fifth. Great discussion, and keep watching here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming.
All right, welcome back here. So here comes the first baseman, Rylan Flack.
Number 11, Rylan Flack.
Here's the one issue I have with summer ball, Brent.
Yep. Okay.
And you try and explain this to me the best you can.
Okay.
Okay. Wahpeton's colors have been, and I believe always will be, purple and yellow. Lamore's colors are the great
purple
red and black.
Yeah. Right. Yep.
You know, but here they are. You know.
Yeah, the
baby blue and
Lamore
red.
one's really crazy.
That one blows me away more than anything.
Well, and you know what's funny is I've watched them for so long in baseball that the red and black screws me up for Lamore, because like it's just such a unique.
Yep.
You know, because you kind of look at them as the Oakland A's in the summer or whatever, and of course they've had so much success in baseball. That
you're talking about Lamore, not the Oakland A's.
That's
having
right.
success.
That's
okay.
Right.
All right.
That's
I
right.
want to make sure.
Yeah. My kid was watching Moneyball the other day, and they, not every year has been like that.
Yep.
So here's a little quiz for you. In the year that the A's had their big win streak, who had a win streak just as long and won the World Series that year? The year that Moneyball was based off of. Who ended up? Who was the team?
What was the year of Moneyball?
2002.
2002. Well, it wasn't the Twins.
No. We know the 2 years that is. We've seen plenty of T-shirts around on that one. Plus, we all grew up in Kirby Puckett. You're kind of going with the Kirby Puckett look with right? In a lot of ways, right?
Yeah. Kirby's a great guy.
I loved Kirby. I thought he walked on water for many years there. So.
You know, and like he's the guy that can go out there and do all sorts of things on a baseball field with the dad bod and make us feel like we could probably still do the same thing. Right?
Oh man, did I defend him to the death throughout the days? Like, because it's like, hey, he's stocky, but he's built, and he was fast, and he hustled, and he had the big smile all the time.
Jump over the fence, right?
Totally. Yeah, I think I went to about every Kirby Puckett tribute night they put on, which was smart of them. That they did a good job of drawing everyone from the Midwest. I think I wonder how many grandmas and grandpas were Kirby was their favorite player there for a long time. So, no, the whole uniform difference, and I can imagine with you being the style guy and you love him, I feel bad for you. Don't get to see Grayson's white catcher's gear here because Grady's back there. But it's not that you don't like Grady back there. It's like you like the white gear, right?
Yep.
So I can imagine changing the uniform colors can really mess with you.
Yeah, it's I came walking up and Wahpeton was out in the field taking their infield stuff. Didn't have their baby blues on yet, so they weren't all red. And I started to have to hustle a little bit because I thought, oh man,
I know
I'm later than I thought I was here. So
yep. That was Casselton Haymakers there, and this is Eli Kappas. Yeah, it's interesting. I like these colors. It's just not the colors you used to. Right?
Yeah. No, I'm this is about the only color blue that I like.
But you like the baby blue?
And when I say like, that's a strong word in this way,
I understand.
Not a lot of blue in my closet, besides probably the blue jeans that are hanging up.
Yeah, so, understandable.
But I think the baby blue and red has always been kind of a classic look.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
So,
I'm trying to think. So who would be the pro? I suppose like a Titans would wear some of that.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah,
like
Houston
that.
Oilers were kind of the big ones.
Yeah.
I always kind of like their stuff.
Yep. Oof. That didn't look like it felt good.
Nope.
But now they got something brewing here.
Yep.
One out here in the top of the 5th inning with guys on first and second.
Lucas has done a great job tonight limiting base runners. So
He has.
I believe first and second have to be probably the most base runners Wap's had so far.
Might be. Yeah, they might have had the one inning with exactly that when Grayson made that nice play you called out and right, because they kind of kept it to that. But yeah, you're dead on. Ooh, nice play by Lucas. What's really critical there is you have 2 other guys running, so he goes and cuts them off instead of throwing it to Bryce, just to kind of. They have less time to think, less time to go, and he holds them at second and third. So nice job. And he's just really. He's a smart player, but what I love about Lucas maybe most is he just competes all the time. He competes so hard.
And the thing is like he competes so hard, but he makes everything look effortless.
He does.
He does. Even hopping off the mound there to go field that ball.
Yep.
Looked like just a routine ground ball if he was standing at shortstop.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, he's one of these guys that's been one of the better players for a long time, and he works as if he's not.
Yep.
I saw some quote about Kobe the other day that was like, you practice as if you're the worst player, and then you compete as if you're the best player. And that's kind of one of the things he seems to do. So, all right, so now you got an interesting spot, though. You got guys in second and third, 2 outs. You have the 9-hitter up in Brayton Heitkamp, and all these guys are good hitters. This is the catcher here. A little lefty that, we'll see what he does with it. But, obviously if you're the Haymakers, you're hoping to get out of here, get the last out, and, no big deal, nothing hurt.
Yep.
If you're Wahpeton, one hit, all of a sudden it's 2-0, and in a game like that can feel like a lot.
Yep, it can. Both pitchers are throwing really well, and Haymakers have had their chance, with runners on. They just haven't come up with that timely hit yet, and this is kind of feeling like one of those games that whoever has the timely hit might be the hit that wins the game. So
yeah, the other thing that you mentioned that's important about this for Wahpeton is a nice looking pitch, but I think it was low. It's a rare inning where Lucas is starting to pile up a few pitches here, I think.
Yeah, I think when we went to break last time, I said I don't know if he'd thrown over 10 pitches in an inning. So.
It sure didn't seem like it, right? Oh no! Shoot! Looks like he grabbed his ankle too. That's a little scary. They can't afford that tonight.
Wahpeton will make their mark on the scoreboard, making it 2-0.
Yeah, that's just one of those perfectly placed balls that made it tough on Lucas and the Haymakers. With 2 outs like that, you definitely would prefer to throw that to first and get the out. In an odd way, their better play may have been at home, but you just don't draw that up. It's just like because Grady's hopping up and wants to make the play, Lucas is hopping down and wants to make the play. But what I like is once again what you talked about. They were both going full bore, trying to make a play.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those things, and I'm not saying that Grayson wouldn't have done the same thing,
right.
With the experience that Grayson has behind the plate as compared to Grady's, experience. Grayson maybe knows, hey, Lucas is going to get to this. I have to stay in position to make a play at home.
Sure.
And on the throw, Lucas is a competitor. He's trying to get that out so nobody scores.
Yep.
But that might be one of those plays where you just say, hey, just eat it on that.
Yeah.
And save the run.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just such a game of inches, and the fun part about talking about this is we can do the hindsight is 2020 thing, and if he happens to throw that off balance and makes a great play, we probably give it the play of the game, and you do all that, right? So
that's kind of the thing that as a coach you have to be willing to live with, right? You talk to your players about being willing to make mistakes and do those kind of things for the payoff of getting them to go out and compete. So you never be mad at a kid for making a play like that. It's just maybe one where you talk about it like, hey, if you went back and thought about it, do you really think you could have thrown him out?
Right.
And if the answer is no, then you eat the ball.
Yep,
You
that's
know,
right.
if you feel
That's
like, if I'm on target, he's out, then hey, great play.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
we'll make it next time.
No question. Well, we got ourselves a game here, and we have the whole way. So we got 2-0 Wahpeton as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Nice to see Lucas able to get up and use the ankle and keep going there. We're hoping that stays loose throughout the night here. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com as we head to the bottom of the 5th.
Doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471. Casselton Parks and Recreation provides a wide range of programs, activities, and community events throughout the year. From parks, facilities, shelters, and outdoor spaces, they're perfect for gatherings, recreation, and enjoying a peaceful break in nature. Enjoy Cottonwood Golf Course for a fun and challenging round of golf for every skill level. To book a tee time or to find out more about Casselton Parks and Recreation, go online to CasseltonParks.com. That's Casselton Parks.
All right, we are back here. And Ryan Osmondstad stepping into the plate. Hockert still pitching well. And Wahpeton broke through first with the 2 runs there. And as we talked about, it was right at that point where could have almost just as easily been out of the inning. There we go. Osmondstad there. Very similar to what you talked about with Keegan earlier. Ryan is busting out of the box. He's hustling. You have every excuse not to, right?
Yep.
It's like, hey, we have 9, it's hot, it was smoky today. None of these guys are using those excuses right now, right? Which is fun to see. And what it tells me is that they're playing for the team and not for themselves.
Yep.
Grayson Lewis coming up here, one of the seniors. We're going to do just a really short program in between games to talk a little bit about the seniors. So we sent out a survey, and the people at home might not get to hear those answers. So we're going to tell you some of those, but he's going to go to North Dakota State for business administration, and his favorite baseball memory are the bus rides with Eli Boer and Brody Burgard. Does that surprise you?
No. I can only imagine, what the conversations were like between Brody and Eli.
Right.
And Grayson probably just getting to sit back and listen to it.
Yeah, and just laugh. And,
yeah.
So Jack Everson coming up. He's another one of the seniors, and so I'll try and cover some of the same questions this time through, and then hit the other ones just because otherwise I won't remember which ones I covered and which ones I didn't. But Jack Everson's going to Bismarck State to play baseball and go to school for carpentry. A little fun fact about Jack: he was he helps at this local farm, and he was building a chicken coop for them, and he said that was about the most fun he's ever had. So he switched to carpentry right after that. So hey, it all happens in different ways. His favorite baseball memory is 2025 Legion State Tournament with the guys, and I think that's a theme that you'll hear across all these guys, and probably every sport. Is a lot of times they add that phrase with the guys, right?
Yep.
That's kind of the key part, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is, and you kind of hear that with everything, They always talk about being with the boys or with the team or whatever, and for a lot of these kids, getting away to a state tournament where you're kind of on an island. You're not going home every night. Those kind of things, like. It's just you and your buddies,
That can be lots of fun. A little freedom, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember my oldest kid going to Watford City for Babe Ruth and Watford City for Legion, and he's like, man, that's 2 of the best weeks of my life.
Yep.
And And the baseball was pretty fun too,
Yeah,
right? You know?
yeah.
Well, here you go, Bryce Mueller. Very similar to last inning. You got 2 outs, guy in third. You know, they had second and third, but it's like, here's your chance. Can you break through? Do you get the big hit? You know, one thing to think about on that that play where Lucas and Grady kind of collided on that, there was a very good chance that was getting through up the middle.
Yep.
But Lucas kind of did a hockey goalie thing there and just said, hey, I'm doing whatever I can to stop this thing. And he might have even got hit in the ankle then.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
But he made a really great play to even stop that ball. So that's all you can ask for is for them to physically do everything they can, or I should say mentally do everything they can. You're going to have physical errors. I don't even call that an error, but like you're going to have physical things that go wrong.
Yep.
Well, they once again couldn't quite break through, and kudos to Wahpeton and kudos to Hockert here that they've played a part in that of not letting Casselton break through and get any runs there. So we'll move forward to the 6th inning. 2-0 lead for Wahpeton. Keep watching here on YourLiveEvent.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
Day of the week.
Okay, here we go. This is number 12, Aiden Hayek, the third baseman. The pitcher tonight here, Carter Hockert, is not only a really good pitcher, he was helpful with the lineups tonight and telling us all how to pronounce them. Now, he's not responsible for me forgetting anything from there to here, but he was super patient with explaining all the young guys, and it made me think of it when I see Hayek, because I would have absolutely said that in a different way. I'm positive of that.
Well, and honestly, during the intros, our national anthem singer Cassie Aker is up here, former Wahpeton.
That helped.
Wahpeton person,
that helped. Yes,
making sure that we knew what each one was, and so
that helped a lot. That's her 205th performance in front of a crowd of the national anthem. Pretty crazy.
And every time that I've heard her, it's phenomenal.
It's phenomenal. And then the thing that amazes me, and we've had quite a few music teachers like this, but just like how they can get all those young ones and little ones to stand still and perform and sound great, and just like the control they do. I don't know how you do it, but she's great at it.
That's a gift. It's got to be, right?
It's got to be.
So
it's got to be. That brings up Riley Jones, athletic shortstop, lefty. And now running is number 3, Ryan Brown. Spelled like Braun, but pronounced like Brown. Once again, kudos to Carter Hockert correcting me on that one. Yeah, so now they got something brewing with no outs. Usually when they've gotten guys on, it seems like there's been outs, and so we'll see here. See if the Haymaker defense can shut them down. They're going to go with small ball. Only plays at first, and maybe was throwing it before he had it a little bit there.
Yeah, you can see him continuing to kind of wipe his hand on his pants.
Sure,
sure. I mean, it's
wet night.
It's hot out there.
Yep.
And
no question.
There's a breeze, but all that breeze is doing is blowing hot air around. So
yeah, right. So Braden Steffens comes up now, the center fielder, number 6.
Wahpeton looking to really play extra small ball here. I mean, I think they realize that every run is a premium right now. They kind of got a gift with that last sack bunt.
Yep.
So why not try it again? And if it means we have runners at second and third and one out, well, that's a win, you know. So
you have to believe if they're bunting with no outs and a guy on first that they'll be bunting with no outs and guys in first and second here.
Yep.
But we'll see. You know, maybe Steffens and Jones play a little different role or handle the battle a little differently. But at least so far they're making it look like they're going to do that. There they do. Only plays at first. Nice play. Nice job by Brody Kigley getting over there. That's not an easy play for him, and definitely not an easy play for Christensen. So you have your first out, and you have guys at second and third. Once again, things brewing here for Wahpeton. Rylan Flack, the first baseman, coming up. The as we kind of start to forecast here to the later parts of the inning, or later parts of the innings and game, you think of Carver Koselski going late in the game on Tuesday. Oh, here's a little squeeze play. Looks like you got him, and you got the tag out there at home. That just must have kind of bunted through it there. And once again, kind of like you talk about, whether it's Lucas picking up the ball or whether it's him kind of trying to see it. Never know when you got sweat in your eyes and your hands are, it can just be. Plus, Lucas is just not an easy guy to hit or bunt, right? So here you go. Now you have probably a very motivated Flack to come through here. And that hurts. Yep, that hurts. There's a wild pitch, pass ball. The great thing about I think it's a wild pitch, but the great thing about both Lucas and Grady is they'll both say they should have done that better. Wind coming through there pretty hard. Sorry if that's loud at home.
But at the same time, as far as breeze, it helps us too. Up
Yeah,
here
that doesn't hurt.
A little bit better.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt. That's for sure.
Even if only for 5-10 seconds.
Yeah, we'll chase down some papers if that means us cooling down a little bit. There's a fall ball. Excel Energy sponsors the fall balls, and Excel Energy is proud to support Casselton baseball and the community spirit that brings everyone together. Excel Energy, making energy work better. Ground ball to her little chopper, I should say, to Everson, and that will retire him. And 3-0 lead here as we go to the bottom of the sixth inning. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Get a little bit of satisfaction here. We were talking about the flies up in the booth here. Welcome back. And talking about how they're a little bit better than mosquitoes. Or mosquitoes are a little bit better than them because they're a little easier to catch than mosquitoes are. Here comes Grady Mueller leading off the bottom of the sixth inning.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about it. Casselton's just been one timely hit away from breaking that seal and getting some runs in. So, I think if they could get the leadoff guy on, it would sure help.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely no reason to feel like you're out of it here. You still got 6 outs to work with, and you've been hitting. And plus, I have to imagine Hockert is getting close to limit, but I don't have it in front of me, so I don't know that for sure. The one thing we were kind of working towards, it took me a while to get there, is you have a lower pitch count in the summer, so the limit is 105. You can finish your batter if you're in the middle of a batter and at 105. That is a little more restrictive than in the spring. So kids tend to get there earlier. Now, if you're super efficient and you're kind of cruising through a game, you can make it through a whole game, but you just don't see it as often. Starts with a big strikeout there of Mueller. Not something that happens very often. Here comes Keegan Peterson, the 8th batter this evening. He's left fielder. So Keegan is another one of these seniors. His plan for next year is he's going to attend State School of Science, North Dakota State School of Science for occupational therapy. What's been his favorite baseball memory was being the lowest seed in state last year and being the 2 number 1 seeds to get to the championship. Once again, like I say, we'll go through the first couple questions, and so I don't forget which ones we go through, and as the night goes on, we'll do a little more. For folks live here, we'll have a little program answering those questions, and Brady Peterson, the guy who's on the PA, will do that in between games. We're hoping that the Haymakers make a comeback here and they can be in a better mood in between games, but we'll see. But either way, it gives moms a chance to take pictures.
Yeah, for sure, right? For sure. And, it gives the kids one last chance to kind of be recognized by everybody.
Absolutely.
Great at bat by Keegan there.
Yeah, Keegan has just saved his best for last. He's been so consistent throughout the years that it's not like it's something new, but he just, he's a guy. It's funny. His dad called the other day, and him and I are good friends, and he's talking about some of the things Jack did, and I'm like, man, I don't want to give you a hollow compliment because I don't remember what Keegan does, but he's just always so steady and so good, right? So but then you go back and it's like, boy, he was really productive in that game. He just does what it takes to win. They were going to get caught there. Nice hard line drive there, which can make that difficult on the runner. Got doubled them up, and now we're moving to the top of the 7th inning. Keep watching here on yourliveevent.com.
Today, all year long with Your Live Event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search Your Live Event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the 3-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
I don't know why I'd fast forward.
What a jerk. That's not a nice move by him.
Welcome back. We're at top of the 7th inning. Talking about a friend of ours who said that they like to fast forward to your live event telecast, and then we realized, hey, that's not a compliment here. You would think they would just love to hear the conversation, right?
You would think so. I
mean, maybe he doesn't want to get less smart. Maybe that's what that is.
Well, I think he just realizes that it's tough because he's finding out that there's maybe other people on his level with baseball smarts.
Sure. Yeah, we called that out with you the other day of how much you've been holding out on us a little bit of how much baseball stuff here. So here comes Eli Kappas, designated hitter. To that point, we joke about it, but it's fun in the community and the extended community. The coaches and the AD and the parents and whatever, they all cheer for each other's sports. Too, right? It's like you really got something going well when you want the others to succeed just as much as you want your own.
Yeah, I mean, if you look out look out in right field. You're going to see, Easton Holland and Derek Jorson out there cheering on their buddies.
Two pretty good athletes, aren't
they? Yep.
Who both played baseball up until not many years ago. In fact, Derek played this spring, right?
Yep.
But, he's got a busy wrestling summer.
Yeah, he does. So. Yeah, he just got done with Fargo Nationals, which, for those that don't follow wrestling, it's the largest high school tournament in the country, and quite possibly in the world.
Amazing.
They put 30 mats on the floor of the Fargo Dome, and it's just nonstop action. They have 2 levels for boys. They have the junior level, which is typically your juniors and seniors in high school, and then they have the 16U level. So kind of similar to what summer baseball, baseball looks like. And right now the girls are competing, and for the boys, Central Cass had Derek there competing, and Joe Kappas, and on the girls' side, Anna White's wrestling. So
okay. That so I suppose you spent a little bit of time there, or as much as you can get there. I know you're a busy guy too, but
yeah, you try and get out and support, as much as you can. And
nice catch. I didn't think he got that.
Yeah, I didn't either, especially the way he kind of whipped his head around there.
right.
Bryce fueling us all. I mean, we called him Houdini on the mound. Right. Now he's Houdini on first base.
Right. A little hidden ball trick. Too bad it. Too bad it fooled us. Let's just keep it at that. How about that?
So should have tried to fool the runner instead of 2 old guys up in the booth.
That's right, because it doesn't take much.
No,
right? That's not that impressive when you fool us up here, but he definitely did do that.
Yep.
So back to the top of the order here with the talented pitcher here, Carter Hockert. Nice job of Heitkamp getting on base there with 2 outs to kind of see if they can get something brewing here again and add some insurance runs. Ooh, take that bean to the back. Either way, when you have 5 games over the weekend and 2 games on Tuesday, if Lucas can make his way through this game, that's helpful. That definitely helpful. Obviously, you want to get a win out of the deal, especially when one of your aces are on the mound. But there is a value in just him grabbing a game and taking it himself, too.
For sure. Yeah, and it's, not only does it help save on pitchers and stuff like that as they approach next week, but just what it does with his confidence level.
Yeah.
Going into next week, no matter who they face, you're going to get a great effort from him.
Yeah.
But it's even better when he's confident up there that he's as good as he knows he can be.
Yeah.
So
sets him up to be ready for next week. There's no question, and sets coaches up to, like you say, be confident in it too. Like, hey, okay, sweet, we got Lucas, we're good. We know what we got out of Carver here. He's already kind of ready.
Yep.
I have a feeling we'll be seeing Keegan in the next one. We saw Bryce on Tuesday. We know what we're getting there.
Yep.
So
yeah,
it's really setting up pretty well to make a run if they do.
Yeah, and I mean, you take Casselton's top 4 pitchers. I mean, that's a
good.
solid lineup.
That's pretty good. That helps a lot in getting through a tournament.
Yep.
And it's really nice when you can just kind of stack them. And they do have some guys that can throw, because depending on the competition, of course you have some guys that can go deeper there. But then when you're facing really good competition, there's certain guys that maybe can throw 1 or 2 innings. And I think they have a little bit of that too to stack games. Or boy, that's a big one.
That is.
Kudos to Wahpeton. 2 outs. When they started that rally, they started with the 9-hitter Brayton Heitkamp, and boy, all of a sudden that's 4-0, and that hurts a little more. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, it's, you get the 9-hitter up with 2 outs, and you kind of think, all right, if I just get through this guy, we're okay. He finds his way on, and then you find yourself having a battle against their best hitters just to try and get out of the inning, and Wahpeton's putting them together right now.
Yeah. So this is Aiden Hayek. You really see these guys using the whole part of the field. In fact, I'd say a lot of the damage that Wahpeton's done has been to the opposite side, just like that. Luckily those are foul, not by much. But that's tough on a defense. And then what you see when they go with the ball like that, for one thing, you're getting the full ball because you're hitting, when you're attacking the inside part of the ball, your bat gets the full ball. The other thing is everything to the opposite field kind of has a tail to it, so it's really hard to field that over there. Ah, dang, another one gets through. Now we have runners at second and third, 2 outs.
Well, and like you said, when it has that tail, as soon as it hits, instead of a normal fly ball to you that might land in front of you and hop directly to you, that thing is probably hopping to the left or to the right. And
yeah,
if you don't play that bounce correctly, that leads to extra bases pretty quick.
No question. Yeah, no question.
It's a great play by Jack Everson there. Great play.
All right. Well, they did tack on one more. Kudos to Wahpeton there, starting that rally with 2 outs. So now it is 4-0, and we will head to the bottom of the 7th inning. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
All right, we are back here. We're heading to the bottom of the 7th inning. Boy, if you're going to get a rally going, you got the right lineup up here.
Yeah, I mean, you start the bottom of the 7th down 4, but you have the top of your lineup, and obviously being down 4 is not what you want, but at least you got the people up there that you feel probably the most comfortable with rallying back.
Yeah, and it's just hopefully for their sake, they take a page out of West Fargo's book the other night. You just one at a time.
Yep.
You're not. It's really tough to get that 5-run homer to win it here. So you just want to just plug away one at bat at a time, one pitch at a time, and I think they'll do it. Once again, I don't know where Hockert is on his pitch count, but I'm guessing he's nearing the end at this point. We will see. Doesn't really matter though. You just really have to focus on one pitch, whoever's up there.
Yep. And like you said, when West Fargo came back for that big inning, I mean, it was death by 1,000 paper cuts, right? They didn't really have any massive hits or anything like that. They just kept single after single, mixing a double type of stuff, and huge inning for them.
Yeah, same deficit, I believe, here, because I think it was 5-1 that night. Am I wrong on that?
No, I think it was.
And ended up being
5-1 or
5-2.
5-2.
Okay.
One of the two.
Okay. Yeah, it could have been. But either way, if you put up a 7 spot, you'll be okay here. In fact, depending on how you do it, you might not be able to do that. But man, it's been tough. He's been tough.
Great pitch, yeah.
But this gets you ready for playoffs because this is what's going to happen. You're going to see aces on both sides.
Yep.
You're going to see teams' best.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, if you came in here tonight and Wahpeton decided to throw some guy that rarely ever pitches and he doesn't throw very fast and he's not around the strike zone, that's not helping you get ready for postseason.
No. Nope. Yeah, in some ways it can give you some false confidence, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah. We kind of saw that this spring with Coach Costin softball, right? We were going to go out to Dickinson for their big two-day tournament. They got snow. We didn't. So Williston and Dickinson came here, top 2 teams in Class A softball. We got to see Williston the first night, and we saw Dickinson the next night, and we looked like 2 different teams just because the way Williston threw the ball, we hadn't seen that all year. And then we played Dickinson the very next day, and Dickinson throws just as hard as Williston, but we were used to it. We had adjusted to it in that game. So
so you think about it, if you're seeing that all spring.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
which Coach Cost does a great job of seeing plenty of that, of course. And boy, I think they must have had about as hard of a schedule as any Class B team has maybe ever had this spring. Now, obviously, he does that every year. You guys do a great job of sending him out to Dickinson, where and what's really interesting about that level of softball is some of the best teams are out on the west side.
Yep.
Really, really tough. So, speaking of that, the young star, Whitney Mitchell, she just signed with UND, who has a really good team that does what we love, gets a lot of local talented kids up there, and Whitney will just be another one. Great for her. I know that's been a goal for her for a long time.
Yeah, and the way she works and how hard she pushes herself to be as good as she can. UND is going to get a good one, and they're going to get a moldable player.
Yeah.
Now Scott does a great job,
Yeah,
developing his kids, his girls and stuff like that. But
Yep.
You get to that college level, and now you have coaches molding you from September through June.
Right.
And quite honestly,
the
even
weight
in the
room's a
summertime.
different thing too, right? Strength and conditioning at the college level is crazy. It almost saves you a little bit that she's NCAA because they're a little more limited in what they can do. You have a little less time than you do at some of the NAIA and JUCOs. But, like, she's one of these girls that when she's not doing what the coaches are asking her to do, she'll be doing something else. Like, if anything, she's one of those you got to pull back on a little bit,
it's interesting, though, with her signing at UND, her dad's an NDSU guy.
I know, pitcher for NDSU.
So,
he did tell me, though, he said, if she signs at UND, I'll wear plenty of UND stuff. Don't worry about that.
There we go. Larry Gagelman was the same way here. Was diehard NDSU, and then his daughter signed up at UND, and one of his first times I saw him wearing that UND polo, I almost fell over.
It's amazing what kids will do. They have your heart from day one.
Wow. Both my kids decided to go to school that have blue as their main school color.
Yeah, there you go.
So
I was at Case and Pinsino out there with a really nice play to get the second out. They're just, both teams have just had to earn everything that they're doing here tonight.
Yep.
Isn't it funny how it works? In the first so many innings, we're saying, boy, Casselton, they've just been closer. They've just had more people on, but it just doesn't matter, right? It just, it's kind of like shaking dice. You can have 7 sevens in a row, and you still have just as equal a chance of being 7 the next time.
Yep.
It doesn't feel that way, right?
No.
But I know you shake a lot of dice.
Oh yeah, sure.
So Grayson Lewis, one of our seniors up here. Been fun watching him throughout the years, and just been a great. Catcher's been his primary position, but really all-around player. And then this last year, he's really turned on the hitting. So that's been fun to watch. Works out at Ace Hardware, and you can usually see him out there. Nice hit down the line. Almost.
Almost.
That was close.
The thing that I appreciate with Grayson is how far he's come from his freshman year to his senior year.
Yeah.
That's a kid that just said, look, I'm going to be a starter and an everyday player for this team.
Yep.
And just started going to work, and lo and behold, it's exactly what he did.
Yep. Well, there they got the last out here, and we will that is the game here. And good job by Wahpeton getting that first win. We'll let the teams meet here. We're going to talk a little bit about the awards, and we'll come back and hand those out after the break. Keep watching here on yourliveevent.com, and we'll come back and do that.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us, and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed. But how they get done? Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471. Casselton Parks and Recreation provides a wide range of programs, activities, and community events throughout the year. From parks, facilities, shelters, and outdoor spaces, they're perfect for gatherings, recreation, and enjoying a peaceful break in nature. Enjoy Cottonwood Golf Course for a fun and challenging round of golf for every skill level. To book a tee time or to find out more about Casselton Parks and Recreation, go online to CasseltonParks.com. That's CasseltonParks.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yield and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471. Casselton Parks and Recreation provides a wide range of programs, activities, and community events throughout the year. From parks, facilities, shelters, and outdoor spaces, they're perfect for gatherings, recreation, and enjoying a peaceful break in nature. Enjoy Cottonwood Golf Course for a fun and challenging round of golf for every skill level. To book a tee time or to find out more about Casselton Parks and Recreation, go online to CasseltonParks.com. That's CasseltonParks.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
Go ahead. All right, welcome back. Sorry, there's a little bit of break there. We did a little bit of a program there for the seniors and the parents, and really grateful of those folks, those kids that have, there's a lot of things you can do in the summer, right? There's a lot of things you can do instead of any of these sports and all that kind of fun stuff. But let's hand out some awards here first. So first off, the Agassiz Precision Play of the Game, Agassiz Precision Egg, your local precision planting dealer. Agassiz Precision Egg in Hillsborough. Call 701-436-2119 or visit planterdoc.com. So the big defensive play, you kind of called this out right away, was the double play that started with the line drive to Aiden Hayek, right?
Yeah, I mean, Casselton was starting to brew something here.
Yeah.
Had a runner on first.
Yep.
Only one out. Lucas is up, so we got the top of the lineup coming right behind him.
Yeah.
And he absolutely just hits a rope. And the third baseman elevates, makes a great play. Throws us out at first.
Yeah.
And no fault to Keegan.
No.
When that thing came off the bat, I thought Keegan was going to end up on third, and then all of a sudden he's getting thrown out,
Right.
So
right.
Really shut us down. And quite honestly, I felt like it just kind of took all the wind out of our sails at that point going into the seventh inning.
Yeah, it was a weird game, and kudos to Wahpeton on this. Casselton continued to push the issue and have a lot of guys on, but I will say it seems like Hockert settled in, and we had a lot less of that in the second half of the game. And kudos to Wahpeton. They just really took advantage of their opportunities. So speaking of that, let's move to the HTC connection of the game. Discover local reliability you can trust. Halstead Telephone. It's how to connect. HalsteadTel.com. So, Wahpeton had a couple guys on, and they were in scoring position, second and third, and we're kind of thinking, boy, we'll see if you can stop them here or what you can do. And they stroke one up the middle that looked like it had a chance to even get through. take it from there. Lucas kind of blocks
Lucas
it.
kind of blocks it with his shin, which
Yeah,
right.
right.
Love the effort, but at the
Right.
same time,
Hurts.
it's like, hey, we kind of need you here, and
Yep.
that was a rocket shot.
It was.
Kicks its way back to home plate. Grady comes out to try and make a play on it, to try and throw Hawkert out at first.
Yep.
Lucas gets to it, turns, throws a rocket down first base, but, kind of overthrows Bryce. And, that what looked like quite possibly could have been an out or a line drive hit up the middle ends up plating 2 runs for Wahpeton, and really was the difference in the game.
Yeah, and in this game, the 2 runs were big, right? And then kudos to Wahpeton. They tack on 1 in the 6th. They tack on 1 in the 7th, and it just really took away any chance of momentum that the Haymakers had. Like you said in the Agassi play, you did get Keegan on with a nice hit, and then Lucas looked like he was going to follow it up, and he had something brewing with 1 out. Instead, you have double play, or no outs it would have been. Instead, you have a double play and nobody on base, and that just kind of ended it.
Yep.
So now let's go to the Enbridge player of the game. Life takes energy. Enbridge, energy for life. Enbridge.com for career opportunities. I didn't really look at his offensive stats, but it really doesn't matter. The MVP was clear here.
Yeah, Carter Hawkert on the mound, and like we talked at the beginning of the game, like we had runners on second and third, first and second. Every inning we had multiple guys on base.
Yep.
And were threatening, but he managed his way out of it every single time.
Yeah.
And really showed grit and perseverance. And after those first few innings, just shut us down.
Yeah.
And every time we had something brewing, he got exactly what he needed.
Yeah.
And allowed his defense to help him get out of jams. So, but through a jam, got to go the whole way and pitch a great game.
Yeah, it seemed like he had the big strikeout whenever he needed it,
Yep.
right? And just the other thing, it seemed like he figured out the zone and really worked which is smart. We talked about that the other day. You have to do that, right?
Yep.
And just did a really great job. So kudos to Wahpeton. They got the first of the Twin Bill. Now, they're tied. They have the same amount of wins here, and I believe how this works is the loser will end up having a play-in game, and the winner ends up not having to play the play-in game, which is of course super important. So this is a massive game for both teams, and we believe, we haven't gotten the lineups yet, but we believe that it's going to be Keegan Peterson going here, and like you talked about, Keegan just always seems to step up in this type of situation, and not many guys can go from a Lucas to him, especially when you have a guy like Carver and Bryce going the other night. So Haymakers are still set up well here. Should be a fun nightcap. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com, and we'll be back here shortly.
From Agassi Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us, and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassi Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471. Casselton Parks and Recreation provides a wide range of programs, activities, and community events throughout the year. From parks, facilities, shelters, and outdoor spaces, they're perfect for gatherings, recreation, and enjoying a peaceful break in nature. Enjoy Cottonwood Golf Course for a fun and challenging round of golf for every skill level. To book a tee time or to find out more about Casselton Parks and Recreation, go online to CasseltonParks.com. That's CasseltonParks.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Welcome back here, and we're in the top of the first inning here in the second game, and a super important game for both teams. Carter Hockert leading off, Keegan Peterson on the mound here. Maybe finish the thought on Keegan Peterson. You were talking about that before I was. Talk about Keegan a little bit and his prowess on the mound and just how he's always kind of come through in this situation.
Yeah, like we talked. We have some great baseball players here and have had some great baseball players here during Keegan's time. But
yeah,
it seemed like every time we needed a big win and he had the ball, he came through with it. He's just kind of got that clutch gene, if you will, in pressure moments. Excuse me. And,
nice play by Mueller there.
And going into this game, knowing that, Casselton has to win in order to avoid that play-in game. Number one, it's kind of a mini postseason prep or start, if you will. But number two, to be able to have a kid like Keegan on the mound for you in this game, like, man, what a weapon for Coach Scheer to have, I would have no hesitation giving this guy the ball. And, so far, first batter up, he's out. Second batter, we start off with a strike to him right away. Keegan's he's kind of a bulldog. He's just going to come after you. And he's going to grit out whatever he needs to grit out. And, I'm confident that, Keegan's going to be able to put together a performance for the Haymakers here that will give them a shot to win. Now, hopefully I just didn't jinx them. And if that's the case, I'll take full blame for that.
Sure. Yeah, it's funny when you're talking about Keegan and Carver and Lucas, and then now you kind of throw Bryce in there. It's really hard to pick one. It's really hard to pick one. And then obviously we're both really big on just having the best guy regardless of age and all that kind of stuff. But in this particular situation, it doesn't hurt having a senior up there either.
No, it doesn't, right? If you want to say it's kind of a must-win, and you got a kid who's old enough, mature enough to handle that situation, and one that wants to make sure he tries to do everything to extend his baseball career here for Casselton. So you're going to get his best effort. And
right.
As a coach, that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, you're not going to find someone with a bigger level of care. One thing I always find interesting, and I remember this back from even, believe it or not, from back in the playing days, is as much as you would think that everyone has the same level of like, boy, this game matters so much, it's hard to have as much of that as when it is your last time playing, because you just always in the back of your mind as a younger guy, you think, well, next year we'll make it even better, and the cool part is I think a lot of these guys, they like to play for the others, They like to play for the seniors. So that part, I've literally seen underclassmen in tears because of that, where they're like, man, I really wanted to come through. But as far as when you're older, it's just your last chance. You miss playing as much as you want to win. So you just want another chance to play at the boys.
And like as a coach, the one thing I always talk about on senior night is sending our seniors out with a win. right? That the last time they competed in the gym or on the field or, you know, on the track or whatever it is, you do everything in your power as an underclassman to provide these guys a chance to, you know, to be able to cherish one last victory at home. And, you know, no matter what happens in the postseason and stuff like that, you will always have that lasting memory of walking off the field or the court or the mat your last time, knowing that the team won.
Yeah. You only get so many chances to play for Casselton and Central Cass and the area and all that, right? You know, regardless of what town you're from, you only get that so often. And there's a lot of fun things about the next level or moving on to the next stage of your life and doing all that stuff. But as far as the experience, you only get this for a time.
Yep.
and it graduates with you, unfortunately. But and maybe it's fortunate too, because it's part of what makes it so special.
Right. And, you know, we kind of talked about that last time too, is like, you know, even though some may be going on to play at the next level, this is the last chance you get to play with kids you've grown up with almost your whole life, or in some cases your entire life.
Yeah, for sure. So this is Riley Jones here, the talented shortstop for Wahpeton. Left-hander. Seems like they have a decent amount of left-handers.
You know, and you kind of talked about that righty versus lefty and you know, things like that, the science that goes on behind baseball, the strategy that goes on behind baseball that people don't realize. And, you know, it's one thing that I really noticed in the state championship game this year for baseball. You know, Kindred has a ton of lefties.
They do.
And
they do. Thompson,
you know,
too.
Yeah, and who did Park River roll out? They rolled out their lefty.
River, yeah, right.
You know?
Yeah, isn't that right? Yeah, right. Yeah, because we really don't have a lot of throwers, lefty throwers either. Yeah, right. In fact, I think the only one on the Legion roster is Caden Barsit, who plays for the Junior Legion and has had a really good year. But yeah, that's almost that just shows. It's interesting that there's such a high percentage in the pros and high-level college when, you know, a random high school Legion team with 23 kids, there's only one of them, right? There's just not that many of them. Nice play by Lucas.
Great range.
Nice play.
He has got such great range out there.
Man, when that ball left the bat, I thought that could be trouble. And Lucas actually made it look pretty easy. I think he got there fairly early.
Yep.
And here we go. We'll go to the bottom of the first inning. Nice start for Keegan Peterson and the defense behind him. Keep watching here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yield and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
All right, we are back here. It is the bottom of the first inning, and we're going to keep on efforting and see if we can get some updates from down in Kindred tonight. But obviously, this is an important one here. It's the top level, and it's senior night, and there's just a lot of reasons to be focused here too. So we'll see what the top of the order can provide. Carver Koselski, the third baseman, coming up. We'll give those first two questions of Rylan Boder, who he's got mono right now, so he hasn't been able to play. Bummer for him in his 18-year-old year of baseball. He's going to attend M-State for ag business and play some baseball. Going to be, at the very least, a pitcher for them out in Fergus Falls. His favorite baseball memory is playing in the state tournament. And, Rylan, just a good guy. Another one of these Hunter and Fisher guys, right? Another quiet guy, plenty quiet. But what can you tell us about him in the halls?
You know, it's same thing, right? He's a lot like Ryan. You'll see those guys by each other quite a bit. You know, and but always super respectful. One of the kids, that I always find myself at their lunch table at least once a week, just kind of chatting with them and seeing what's new and what's going on. And and I know we talked about our big four, on the mound and stuff, but like that's a loss right now for the Haymakers. He's a kid that can go out and chew up innings and give you quality innings, and not having him in the lineup. Because if he's on the mound, it allows some of these other guys to continue to stay in their defensive positions. And, a loss for the Haymakers, no doubt. But, mono's not something that you don't want to mess around with.
No, you got and it's one of those things. It's just like, it's not one of those things you can tough it out or whatever. It can just be really dangerous. You don't want a ruptured spleen or any of that kind of stuff. Once you start talking about those types of things, you just don't want to mess with it.
No.
But I definitely heard his name a lot this weekend with the 5 games, thinking, boy, would it be nice to have Rylan around this weekend, Plus, he's just one of these guys that's only going to add to your culture.
Yep.
Right? He's going to be in there. You're never going to hear a peep from him as far as playing time or any of those things, and he's just going to do his job when you ask him. I'd say that the highlight of his career from a fan perspective and from probably a lot of what got him recruited was he was facing the number 1 seed last year in Devil's Lake. He needed to get 5 outs, and he got at the end of the game to beat the number 1 seed, and he got all 5 of them, 5 up, 5 down, and couldn't have been a bigger moment. And so I'll always remember that about him. Now up after the flyout there is Brody Kegley. Yeah, Brody's a junior, or he's going to be a senior here in the fall, and he's going into his senior year of playing quarterback on the football team, and we'll see where he ends up position-wise in high school and summer baseball. He's also, from my understanding, in their intramural basketball team, he's probably the MVP of that too, which doesn't surprise me.
He's just such a good athlete, and
he's
another one that makes things look just so easy out there. John Party fan, as you can tell by his walk-up music. And, we had some stuff this morning with, morning lift and whatnot. And I was in there, and we were talking about the games tonight. And I said, oh, man, if you didn't have the games tonight, I said, you'd be at John Party. He goes, yeah, absolutely. He goes, but, we got the games, and, I want to play baseball. So, he's the kid that he lives in that moment. I mean, he does the work on the side for the other sports and stuff, but man, when he's in baseball, he's all baseball. When he's in football, he's all football. He's just
Which I got to imagine teammates and coaches across the board love.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yep.
And it's like we love kids playing other sports, and you love it when they're playing yours. If they're all in, shoot. Looked like a good throw there. Hard to argue with that. That looked like a good call there by Scott Carlbloom. What a hit there by Brody. Dang it. I don't know. I guess there's different schools of thought there. Obviously, you're already in scoring position, but there are 2 outs, so if you get to third, there's a lot of ways you can score.
Yeah, I mean, one pass ball, and, runs were a premium in the last game, right? We couldn't get one, now, it doesn't matter, right?
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What do you do? What do you do there?
Yep.
He, like you say, tried to make something happen, and really it was a perfect relay. If anything goes wrong in that relay, he's safe at third, right?
Well, and as a coach, right, it's early in the game.
Yep.
You test them.
Yep.
See what they have. And you know what? Next time that situation comes up, or if we see these guys at the postseason tournament, hey, we're probably not going to run on that guy.
Good sign again that they are pushing the envelope. There's 2 really strong hits, even though Ryan's got caught there. That was stroked pretty well there too. So,
and with the way the wind's blowing in, if that's
really
not blowing in like that,
and you think of Brody's getting over to left center, getting over the center fielder. So we're hitting it hard, and like we talked about before, you just never know where people are at from a pitching perspective. You just never know. That last game was runs were at a premium. Who knows what it will look like here?
Yep.
I think we'll just stay here because they are transitioning quickly. Felt pretty comfortable down there in between, so I don't think the heat it will affect them quite as much, other than the fact that there are no breaks, there are no courtesy runners and stuff like that. But I don't think any of them are complaining. I think they like to play.
No. Update from Kindred.
Okay.
Both teams have yet to take infield.
Oh,
So,
wow. So that could be a late one.
Could be a late night.
That could be a late one. We might have some people hopping in a car after this one if that keeps up.
Yep.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, it's only a half hour down, so it's, you know, it's just a great opportunity for people to do both. And then your kids are excited right now because the 9 through 12-year-olds have their big tournament in Lisbon starting tomorrow. So everyone's kind of in playoff mode and baseball mode. So nice leadoff hit.
Yeah.
There.
You know, and I guess the one defensive change or the little rotation that you saw or that you see in this game compared to game one, Grayson Lewis is behind the plate.
Yeah.
Grady Mueller goes out to left. Ryan Osmondstead moves over to right with Lucas coming back taking over center field. So
Yeah. Little chess match going on here with both coaches. You know, one thing I guess I wouldn't be shocked to see and this almost it's a compliment to both kids. I wouldn't be shocked to see somewhere in the middle of this game if Grayson and Grady switch again because Grayson is that good in the outfield and you trust Grady catching completely.
Yep.
So in some ways you might be giving him a little bit of a breather so he doesn't catch 14 innings in the heat and all that. And Grayson, you know, if you're stacking him up, he's the senior catcher. He's, like you said, there's certain things that he can do that others can't. But you're just gotta, as a coach, you're trying to figure out, you know, do I get more with one in left and one in center and catching, or do I get more the other way? And I don't know. I honestly don't know, but Mitch would know. Uh-oh, look out. Look out. That one goes past him. Ryan getting there in a hurry, but it still looks like he's going to get to third.
Yeah, it's a tough play on that one because, you know, Ryan's not expecting that, so he's not thinking about backing it up.
Right.
You know, it's a split-second decision by Keegan there to try and go over and maybe pick him off.
Yep. Yeah, somewhat of a out of band, right, or out of flow play there.
Oh,
that didn't look good.
Nope, that does not look good.
That didn't look good. Let's keep watching here on yourliveevent.com, and we'll head to a quick break.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
All right, we are back, and good to see Kason Pincinel get up and make his way over to first base, and that brings up Eli Kappas with runners on first and third now, and no one out. So a little bit of a scary situation for the Haymakers. Nice shot in the outside corner for Keegan Peterson.
Yeah, you know, if Keegan can manage a strikeout here without the runners advancing, you know, you kind of leave that double play ball in play, and you're one ground ball away from getting out of this, and
yeah, helps a lot.
Yeah,
and there it is. There it is.
Yeah, you know, you almost kind of almost expect that double steal all the time.
Yeah.
And maybe you'll see it here. I don't know.
Yeah. And once again, it really speaks to the advantage of having a really good catcher.
Yeah.
Because no one wants to make that out there, but I would not be surprised to see some kind of action going on here. The pressure starts to. If you're in the third base coaching box and you get that first out on a strikeout, all of a sudden you go from thinking, boy, this could be a really big inning, I don't want to screw it up, to thinking, I don't want to get out of this inning where we had all this stuff going on without any runs, so we might have to put some action in place. We'll see what he does here, but one out, guy in first and third, and number 14, Evan Doctor up, the left fielder. He's already gotten some action out there. Going for a squeeze again, and looks like we may get a failed squeeze again. And there we got the out at third. And a nice play by Grayson Lewis. Jack Everson gets over there and gets the tag. So you kind of see the little triumvirate of the three 18-year-olds that are playing there, with Keegan pitching and those two guys. And then obviously Carver's right in the midst of it there too. Which never hurts, and then you get a little bit of a strike 'em out, throw 'em out. One pitch later, boy,
great comeback.
If the Haymakers win this one, we may look back at that inning. So put a pin in that. Let's move on to the bottom of the second inning. Keep watching YourLiveEvent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
Hello, we are back here. Bottom of the second inning. Boy, the Haymakers got out of one there, and they're feeling pretty good about that. Or they must be. I'm sure. I guess if you're a fan of Casselton, you're feeling pretty dang good about that. The pitcher, is this Riley Jones out there? That's who we had as the starting pitcher. Yeah, I think it must be. We'll see when we can get his number there. I think that's still him out there.
Yep. Yeah, number 2.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking like Casselton, right? You think you have something going. Brody looks like he's gonna have a triple. Bang bang play for Wahpeton. They make a perfect relay and get him thrown out at third.
Yep.
We fly out to end the inning, and then it looks like Wahpeton's gonna jump on top of us here and come through with some plays and some strikeouts from Keegan to get him out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll go through with another question here with Grayson up as one of the seniors tonight. We asked him what he'd recommend to the young guys coming up in Central Cass and Casselton, and he said he'd recommend to the young guys to work hard and enjoy it. I'm guessing you love that advice.
Yeah, I do. And, like I said already, about Grayson, how far he came from his freshman year to here, right? Yep. As a freshman, I would have never envisioned him being the guy, taking control behind the plate, making those big throws, all that kind of stuff. But he just kept working, got in the weight room, doing those things.
Yep.
Put the work in the off season to improve his hitting. All those kind of things. And you see him, like, he genuinely just enjoys being out here.
Yeah.
Whether it's practice or games.
Yep.
Probably doesn't enjoy striking out, but nobody enjoys that, right?
No.
But, he genuinely does. And, I think that's one of the things. It's just a great message to any player out there, whether you're going to be a senior next year or you're going to be you're a 7th grader. Work hard and just enjoy it. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just enjoy the process. Continue to work hard, and good things will happen for you.
Yep. Second out there, and Jack Everson, his answer to that same question was the sport of baseball can be tough, but don't let that ruin your time spent playing with your best friends. baseball's a game of failure,
Yeah.
right? And just like the ground out there, you talk about some of the guys that get into the Hall of Fame, they get out 7 of 10 times. So there's really a mental resilience thing to baseball, much like other sports, right?
Yep.
So I think that's also. I'm guessing you like that advice.
Oh
as well.
yeah, no, I mean it, and he's not wrong. And it's whether it's baseball or football or basketball, like. I've never seen anybody make every shot that they've put up in basketball.
Yeah. Ooh, nice rip there.
Especially
by Bryce
throughout
Miller.
the season, right? You might have one game where you're really hot, but
Yep.
In my time here, we've never had a wrestler go undefeated. Derek was
Yeah,
really
he was
close this last
he was
year.
Close. Yep.
But that just shows you how tough it is to be, quote unquote perfect in the stat book, right?
Yeah.
But how you respond from that and how you continue to persevere, just says so much about you as a character and as a person. And you get bad news, or you have a bad day, and you show up to work the next day, and I'm gonna be better for it, right?
Yeah.
That guy was better than me in this one. Next time out, I'm gonna be better. And those are the kind of things that we want our kids to learn. Just not just our athletes, just our kids in general, right?
Yep.
Learn those kind of lessons. You might have a bad test, right?
Yep.
You're a straight A student. For whatever reason, you did poorly on a test. You ended up with a C. Come back, get the A on the next one.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I also love just the theme of the your best friends with your friends with your it's like that's the part that you'll miss.
Yep.
I guarantee when you get together with your old rugby guys, or when you see them at a reunion, or you happen to run into them, you don't remember individual plays.
No.
You don't remember who got what at what tournament or whatever. It's like, but you do remember the good teammates.
Yep.
You remember the guys that maybe weren't the best teammates.
Yep.
And all that kind of stuff. You definitely remember that stuff.
Well, and even as a coach, I've been coaching for almost 30 years, and
yeah.
It'd be hard pressed for me to go back and start remembering individual matches or even duels.
Boy, that's smoked.
But to
that's your up the middle one there.
Yeah. Hey man, it's what he does.
That's what he does. Put a quarter in and you get a hit up the middle. That's what you get.
But you as a coach remember the teams that were really close and really bonded, and how much fun that can be.
Yeah.
Even if you're not winning, how much fun that can be.
Yeah. Yeah, your fun years are when you have guys that get along and they kind of meet their expectation, or maybe even exceed their expectation, where the sum is bigger than the parts. It doesn't necessarily mean they get first place,
Right.
But it is funny, I remember when first kind of took over this baseball coordinator role, and you're calling around to people that you respect a lot from different towns and our town and all that stuff. I remember talking to Scott Milbrand down in Kindred, and he talked about the teams that seem to get over the top, there's a certain culture about them.
Yep.
There's a certain chemistry. Very rarely do you see teams do super special things without having that, right?
Yeah, I attempted to write an article for the Coaches Association, and in it, I talk about the fact that winning is a byproduct of culture.
Yeah.
And you will have
it's
teams.
Not the soft stuff.
Yeah,
it's the
you will have teams that have bad culture that tend to find their way to win, but the most consistent winning programs are the teams that have the best culture, right?
Yeah.
And
there you go, fly out to left there for Peterson. But so it's like you can have good culture without winning at all, but you probably can't win it all without having good culture.
Right.
So, boy, once again, knocking on the door, and once again, kudos to Wahpeton for not letting them break through here. We do head to the top of the third inning, 0-0 in this all-important game. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
All right, we are back, and it is the top of the third inning. Keegan Peterson on the mound, and Keegan Peterson was just up, so we're going to use that time to answer his last question of what he'd recommend to the young guys coming up in Central Casselton baseball. He said, stay true to yourself and don't try to do too much when the moment comes. Just do you and be confident. It's kind of funny because it's a lot what our intro was about of, this is his time, right?
Yep.
This is like, it seems like sometimes Keegan gets, it's almost like, oh, yeah, Keegan's next, so you kind of get forced into it, but it's like, and then you're like, boy, we're lucky it was him.
Yeah.
So you never know when your time comes. He's always prepared when it comes. And it's funny that that's, kind of what his, one of the big things that he would recommend to people because he's lived it.
Yep.
That ball's hit well, and that is a good time to have Ryan out there.
Oh.
And he doesn't quite get it. Boy, that ball was hit hard.
Yeah, it was. It was. It got out there in a hurry, too.
That's leadoff hitter Hockert, who's just been a thorn in the side all night. Whether that's been pitching or playing shortstop or with the bat. So now you have 0 outs. And Trayton King, the second baseman, coming to bat.
Kind of back to Keegan's piece with the advice of just stay true to yourself and don't try to do too much. Like, that's him in a nutshell, right? Like, you see him on the mound, you see him on the basketball floor, like, you see him in the hallways. You're getting the real Keegan Peterson every time, right? He's not trying to be somebody else. He's not trying to do too much on the mound. He knows what he's good at, and he's just going to stick with that. And, it's either going to work or it's not.
Yep.
But he's going to give you his best stuff every time, and that's all you can really ask for.
Absolutely. Been fun watching him through the years. He's just been so consistent since he's been a young guy. We remember him being the ace pitcher and one of the top hitters when he was 9 years old, and here we are. It goes fast.
Yeah, it sure does. It sure does.
So once again, he's kind of in that situation that you talked about earlier. A strikeout would be really key here. You take a pop out or a little ground out maybe in front of the runner or something like that too. But now he's got the count even. 2-2, no outs. He's also a guy where his hat tends to fly off quite a bit. He gets a little bit of whip on that pitch, and it seems like.
That's one thing I don't have an issue with.
Yeah, I suppose.
Normally that hat is pretty tight.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah.
Everybody else is holding on to their hats in the wind, and I'm not too worried about it.
Oh, okay.
So.
They just must shrink. They must.
Yeah, something like that.
Kind of like my shirts, unfortunately. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. Ground out there. Everson throws that over to first. That we'll take that. If you're Keegan Peterson, you're taking that just like you take a strikeout. Kind of. That was that ground ball in front of him. And here comes Aiden Hayek, the third baseman, with 1 out. Yeah, what a you can either use name or not use names or whatever, but like, who was the best teammate you ever had, and why? What made him the best teammate?
Oh, man.
And that could be from your coaching days too. Putting you on the spot here.
Yeah, coaching wise, I don't know if I can name one.
Yeah, that'd be tough. I understand.
We've had so many.
Riley Jones,
great
the pitcher coming up.
All the way through, some that weren't the best wrestlers or weren't the best players, but they gave you everything that they absolutely had every time they stepped out there.
Yeah.
We had kids in the wrestling world that understood that, hey, if I don't get pinned, it's like winning for me.
Yeah.
Right? So you would see that with them.
Oh, sure. Yeah, because it's all about adding up the points or subtracting the points. Yep.
Yep. So, growing up in high school and in college, in college, I walked in to Valley City State as a freshman. I'd never cut weight before. Had to get down to 190 pounds. Really didn't know much about college wrestling because you just didn't have the scale of social media and stuff at that time. So, I mean, even the 3-minute first period, I had no clue about, right?
Yeah, right. It's like, when's this going to get over?
Yeah,
what's going on here?
So
I thought we were just doing 3-minute drills in practice. What's going on here? Yeah.
But I had two great teammates, Sarge Trisdale from Alaska.
I remember him well.
And,
good football player, too.
Yep, phenomenal athlete. And Kirk Zink from Carrington.
Yeah.
Sarge was always
national champion, right?
Yeah, I mean, and Kirk was, Kirk showed me what it took to be successful at the collegiate level, right? He's your model that you have in the room, right?
Yep.
And you knew that if you could score on Kirk, you had a chance to win matches. Like just scoring on him, not talking about even beating him, just scoring on him.
Yep.
And so he was, he was that fence post that you're trying to get to, that marker you're trying to get to, and you gauged your success in the practice room on how you competed with him, right? And Sarge was so good, and he was a great wrestler, All-American, all that too. But he was so good at helping coach you through things while you wrestled.
Wow.
And really, the two of them were always good at, like, we had a big duel coming up. They would tell me exactly, what this guy was like and all that kind of stuff. Before you even really had scouting reports, they knew that. So, in college, those two guys were phenomenal.
Okay, those are great names. Those are kind of fun to have names you remember there. One guy from Carrington, one guy from up in Alaska. I've always wondered if, Valley City State gets a lot of guys from Alaska. I kind of feel like they got Sarge, and they're like, let's keep getting guys like that, Yeah, so I almost think we get started a pipeline there.
They kind of had one because they had a former wrestler from Valley City State, was from Alaska.
Okay.
And he was like one of the first ones, but then he went back to Alaska, started his own wrestling club, and that's kind of how the pipeline fed into Valley City, and quite honestly, now it's kind of feeding into Dickinson State.
Oh, really?
With Valley City not having a program anymore, it's kind of feeding into Dickinson State. So the pipeline is still there between North Dakota and Alaska. It's just at a different school. So
that reminds me now, and we'll just stay here at this point, but that reminds me, so your two favorite colleges, because we're not going to go with the really big ones, right? Like Valley City State and UND, both dropped their wrestling program. You had to die a little bit on both of those.
Hey, no, it's tough, right? There was a guy in South Dakota by the name of Bob Johnson. He was the director of AAU wrestling, which is kind of like
you don't hear those terms together very often.
But it was USA's main competition, and in South Dakota, AAU used to be king. USA really didn't exist there.
Interesting.
Right?
Interesting. Okay.
We had just got done wrestling at the Rumble on the Red, and my nephew Zach had made the finals, and I'm talking with Todd Fuller and Steve Saxland, who were both 3-time national champs at NDSU.
And,
those
are big names.
Bob has been a big supporter of SDSU wrestling forever.
Okay.
So Bob's talking to me about Zach and what his future plans are and things like that, and he starts asking what schools I like. And Todd Fuller basically looks at him and he goes, in the sport of wrestling, Bob, Travis is the Antichrist. His favorite school is UND, and they cut the program, it's funny,
Then he wrestled at Valley, and they cut that program, right? Yeah, I know, understandable. That, it's crazy. There's been so many cuts, and quite now, and, UND also cut baseball, right? And in fairness or an explanation of it or whatever, they had so many sports up there where really NDSU's been at the minimum for a long time.
Yep.
And now you just think of, now you're doing this NIL thing where you only have 1 or 2 revenue sports that fund everything else. So really the less sports you have, the better in a lot of ways. But the one that I find kind of interesting is University of Jamestown was really adding a bunch of sports. And then they go to D2. It's like, are they going to have to contract a lot of those now, or what? You just kind of wonder. They have great facilities there.
Yep.
Lucas Christensen goes down on strikes there for the first out of the 3rd inning, and that brings up the top of the order with Carver Kasowski.
Yeah, that's as somebody that's witnessed that and kind of lived in the AD world now for a while, you see that and you just, you hope that, like I said, for NDSU, completely the right move. I completely understand why they're moving up. My fear is what does it do to those secondary programs there, that maybe aren't self-funded or things of that nature,
Sure.
Because as much as I hate to say it, NDSU's done a great job in building up all of their programs.
Yeah.
So you'd hate to see anything go away. And it might not even be football's fault, right? But the supporters of that program will turn around and blame the move up on football, right?
Yeah, right. Any time you get excuses, some will take it, and some, so that is interesting, and you wonder what the long-term goal is for those secondary sports. Like, is it the Summit League? Is it something like a Missouri Valley? Is it would they ever go all Mountain West, which of course would be super expensive right across the board? But I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think they're pretty committed to the Summit League, but I who knows, right? I have no idea.
And wrestling moved out of the Big 12.
Oh, they did. Where did they go to?
They went Pac-12.
Well, they did. Which that's such a crazy landscape, anyways, right?
But it's
almost got another snag there at third. Nice job by Carver, though. But really, Haymakers haven't lacked for hitting tonight.
No,
they've hit the ball hard. They just haven't strung together. Plus, it's been phenomenal defense.
Yep.
Go ahead, though. Keep
going.
No,
it's for NDSU, it was in my opinion, which matters none. It was the right move. You start talking Big 12 and the money that's those top schools have in the Big 12. Like, NDSU wrestling's just not going to be able to compete with those guys.
So in some ways, it was a move down, even though Pac-12 is huge, right? Like it's not the Big 12.
No.
So, okay, interesting. I thought the other day I was at Wild Wings, and they were showing a replay of Iowa wrestling Oklahoma State out on the football field.
Yeah.
Iowa. Yeah, it was Iowa. Yep. And crazy. So that must have been in about 2025. Was that just this last year, or when was that? When did they?
I think it was
do
the year
outside?
before. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
But. Yeah, some of the things that those guys get to do living down in the South and having decent weather during what is wrestling season.
At least beginning of the year. If nothing else, right?
So, it's just fun to see. Fun to see, like anything, like we've talked about, watching this top level of baseball and especially when they're playing well, right? Both teams, it's just fun to watch, and you get two quality programs squaring off on the mat. Oh man, just such fun. Fun wrestling to get to watch, and
it never hurts to get more eyeballs on it, and get that opportunity. And you might have some people that are like, I'm gonna, it's in the football stadium, I might as well come and just check it out, and then you fall in love with it, and before you know it, you just grow the sport a little bit more. And boy, state of Iowa. Anytime I've had a chance to spend some time there's no question there's a wrestling culture there, and fun to see them pack it out. Of course, Penn State's the dominant force right now, right?
Yeah, but Oklahoma State's close.
Oh, are they really? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And now they have a former Penn State.
Oh, that's a big hit.
That is a big hit.
And they had
I think that's going to score them.
They had Kasowski moving on the play. And Ryan Mike at third here, but that was a nice throw. Let's see if he can get there in time. Barely. Trying to.
And he gets home because ball goes out of play on the overthrow.
Wow.
And that's the difference there, right?
PRS announcer. That was a good one. Okay, go ahead.
That's the difference, right, between Kegley's play at third and with Ryan's play at third.
Sure, wasn't the perfect throw.
No. So.
Yep, and it almost looked like third baseman, he knew he had less time, so he kind of tried to do the snap tag, and probably affected his chance of catching that as much too. So, we're not spending the next couple minutes saying should he have went, should he have not.
Right.
It's like, what a great job, right?
What a great job.
Right. Yeah. So funny
Smart
how that
move,
works.
Coach Shear. Good
job.
job.
Absolutely. You know what I love though is, like we talked about, they're hitting well. It's been hard to break through. Coach Shear has them moving on the play. Ends up being absolutely perfect. Osmond Stott hits it behind him hard to right center. Carver doesn't score if he's not moving on that play, probably, and then him scoring turns into 2 scores. So, great job there, and we will move to the top of the 4th inning. Great game, feeling a lot like the other game, except opposite right now, because when they broke through, they got 2. Now, obviously, we're less than halfway gone, so there's a ton left to play, but it's been a fun one. Keep watching here on YourLiveEvent.com.
It delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Welcome back here. Top of the 4th inning. Boy, that's what you like to see if you're coach here. You just have this good inning, and Keegan fires that first strike, and the second one gets up early here, 0-2. Braden Steffens, center fielder for Wahpeton.
And honestly, a great athlete in everything he does for Wahpeton.
Okay.
You know?
I'm wondering if his dad is Ryan. Any idea? Like from of Fairmount fame? The reason I asked that is when we were growing up, we played against a Ryan who was a really good athlete and looked just like this kid. And I think his dad was the coach at the time, and he was the famous Stuffy Steffens was his name back then. So I'm wondering if that's, it's from down in that area. And so he's a football player. Is he a wrestler too then, or what are his other sports?
No, he's a basketball player.
Oh, he's basketball. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So really good basketball player.
Okay. For Wahpeton or for Class B?
For Wahpeton.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Because we do see some of that. You see a little bit of overlap there. There was a kid that plays for, the Hankinson Fairmount, into whatever that team is that has like the six different towns. They he was one of their better pitchers, and then he plays for like the 13, 14-year-olds the last couple of years for Wahpeton. So you never know if there's a little bit of carryover. Yeah, like you say, you just have to love the way that Keegan has started this inning.
Yep. Ryan
is the dad? Okay. Yeah. There's so many tools available out there now to figure that out, right?
Yep.
My wife would be proud of you finding him on Facebook there, so that was good.
Well, your son was impressed with me when we were playing Garrison, and I talked about the center fielder. And he was. I didn't know that. I said, well, neither did I until I looked at Instagram.
Oh, so. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought you just had that in the memory bank.
No.
See, you're not just texting over there. You got something going on.
Trying to get as much background info as we can, right?
Love it. So Casey Pensano there gets hit by pitch. It looked like just barely. Those are the kind of hit by pitches you like if you're them.
And not the first one he took.
No, right. So this is number 3. Like a dummy, I didn't write down the numbers this time. Have it last time.
Ryan Brown.
Okay,
Ryan Brown.
Yeah, Ryan Brown, kind of spelled like Braun. So when I was talking to Carter Hockert down there, I was like, please tell me that's not the actual Ryan Braun there, who was a really good Milwaukee Brewer back in the day. And no, he said he'd pronounce it different. It's Ryan Brown. Nice block there by Lewis. Yeah, it's kind of fun to see, you know, Lucas and Grady are the same grade, so Lucas has thrown countless balls to Grady, and much like that, it's kind of fun to see Grayson catch Keegan here. They've been pitching to each other since it was hard to keep Grayson's pads on, and so fun to see that. But here we go. We got after a quick out there. Now you have guys on first and second. One out. Evan Doctor coming up, the left fielder, and batting 8 this evening. So Eli Kappas went out. I wonder if he got hit by pitch there, but he also kind of was a little frustrated after a strikeout or something there. So I'm not sure what exactly happened. That either one could be, it's a little higher standard when Dad's your coach, right?
Yep, it sure is. It sure is.
You know all about that. You know all about that.
Seems like you always coach your kids a little bit harder.
Yep.
Make them toe the line a little bit tighter. Because if you don't, then it's
hard to keep your credibility as a coach, right?
It is. So
coach and dad, and then it makes that night that much more fun at home.
Oh,
right?
for sure. Yep, for sure. A lot of great nights. So
who was harder on him? Tammy, the mom, or you?
It was definitely me.
Okay.
It's definitely me.
Well, that's good. That's kind of how it's supposed to be, right?
Yep.
Then mom's supposed to be a little more nurturing and caring, and dad's trying to turn him into, the next dad, I guess.
Yeah, there was a lot of coaching from mom to dad.
Isn't that the truth?
So,
yeah.
Lucky to have somebody like that in my life, and to keep me going the right direction.
Amen to that. And we are lucky to have very patient wives.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That's a good thing.
For sure. Yeah, we celebrated our anniversary last year, and she, it was a Saturday that we really didn't have anything going on, and she's like, "Hey, you want to do anything for our anniversary?" And I said, well, there's that preseason Big Buck Nationals over at Concordia College, and we have about 22 kids wrestling in it. So how do you feel about me going over there and coaching? And she, that sounds great. She came along and took pictures, and so.
Good reminder after all these years that you got the right one.
Yep, for sure.
And I think we've talked about that before. If you can incorporate each other into the passions that you have, that sure makes things easier.
It sure does.
And I also know anyone that's ever hired you is very happy about it because they get 2 workers along with it.
Yeah, essentially, right? Anytime I'm supervising, an activity, she's right there with me, and
big play there.
That was a great play by Jack. I mean, I tell you what, man, I've always been impressed with your kids. They just play the game the right way. Right there, he's not waiting. He's attacking the ball and gets the big out to not let the run score.
Well, thank you, and we will go to break before anyone chokes up here, all right? So keep watching here on YourLiveEvent.com.
At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471. Casselton Parks and Recreation provides a wide range of programs, activities, and community events throughout the year. From parks, facilities, shelters, and outdoor spaces, they're perfect for gatherings, recreation, and enjoying a peaceful break in nature. Enjoy Cottonwood Golf Course for a fun and challenging round of golf for every skill level. To book a tee time or to find out more about Casselton Parks and Recreation, go online to CasseltonParks.com. That's CasseltonParks.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personal.
All right, sorry we had to cut back there real quick. Didn't want you to miss any of this. Oh, that's a rip. There's a rip. That's nice to see. You know, he really hasn't gotten going much tonight. So fun to see Everson hit a hard one there over third.
But you know, kudos to him, right? He's up there hunting hits. Makes a great play, you know, to end Wahpeton's inning, and then comes out and says, "All right, boys, here we go. I'm gonna lead this off with a hit, and you guys just keep following suit." So hopefully Bryce and the rest of the crew can do that.
Yeah, you know what's kind of fun here is you get the 2 runs, which is obviously huge. Keegan Peterson, your 18-year-old, says, "I'm going to go after him here," and gets the quick outs there, and then works his way through the inning. He ran into a little bit of scare there, but then you get to the next half inning, and Jack, another 18-year-old, you know, hammers that over third base, and it's just kind of all of a sudden you're just like, hey, we're not like we're getting this one. Let's go. You know, who knows? Who knows? A lot of game left, but just fun to see guys trying to show up when it's time. You know, kind of like Keegan's advice there. Basically, is what it feels like a little bit. So here comes Grady Mueller. You know, it's funny. All these guys just have a special place. When I look around the field right now, it's like, boy, these 10 guys that are here tonight. It's hard to not just like gush over all of them.
Yep.
And then when I see Grady Mueller, I'm like, boy, if you're ever listing out your top teammates, he's got to be somewhere in the list.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But I mean by that, I mean like his teammates have to say that, and I know I feel that way about him, and I just think any other coach that's ever been around him probably feels that way. I'm sorry I interrupted you there.
No, I just, you know, like I was gonna say, you know, he does things right. He does whatever the team asks him to do. He'll play wherever you want him to play. You know, we kind of talked about it the last time. You know, when we talked about him moving to O-line, right? Yeah. Not a sexy position at all.
No.
Right? You know.
No.
But he doesn't care. Hey, whatever gets me on the field and whatever helps the team, and that's what he wants to do. So.
Yep. And you know what I always find interesting is a kid like that, when you get to the higher levels, and by that I mean like college and those kinds of things, he's the type of guy that coaches talk themselves out of in the off season.
Yep.
You know, because they're like, just not quite tall enough, or just not quite fast enough, or just whatever. And then during the season, they keep getting more and more playing time because they're just like, I just trust that guy more than everybody else, right? And you just always, you kind of fall in love with potential and the sexiness of that in the off season, but during the season, you just want performance, you know? So fun to see that, fun to see the coaches see that in him, and really it's been a theme of the spring coaches saw that in him, and the summer coaches now see it in him as well. And I know the fall coaches in football have seen that in him for the last couple of years here too. And does he still wrestle? He wrestled there for a while.
Nope. He was kind of the same thing. You know, he really wanted to focus on lifting weights, getting bigger, and wanted to be a contributor on the baseball team, and it paid off for him last year. You know, I mean this last season. You know, he wrestled as a sophomore, did not wrestle this year as a junior. Yeah. Put the work in, and you know, kind of became one of those guys that Coach Maggio and now Coach Shearer is using every day. Yep.
Yeah, and you're almost looking for excuse to use, right? You know, you think of how hot it was Tuesday night.
Yep.
And how few guys they had.
Yep.
And he catches the 10-inning game, and then he's in the outfield for he was on the bench for a little bit in the beginning of the second game. They end up putting him in because, you know, it's like, well, then Grayson can go there and he can
Yep.
catch, and we're fine there. And he ends up pitching. You know, it's
Yep.
just like, you know, it's and I guarantee Grady never said a word on the bench there.
No.
It's so it's not like that's making any
Yeah.
difference. It's just the fact that it's like, boy, let me see if I can find a way to get him out there. So speaking of that, Keegan, another guy. Keegan, he's going to play so many positions. Like you said, you know, he's just been so durable on the mound. And
Yep.
every time he pitches, whether you need him to close a game, whether you need him to start on short rest, whether you need him to start on long rest, he just always seems to compete. And by the end of the game, you either won or you're in the game.
Yep.
You know? And then he's, you know, you wouldn't consider him the prototypical, like, great hitter or like this textbook swing or any of that, but he just produces. You know, whether it's a hit by pitch, whether it's popping the whether it's a line drive or popping it over the infield or whatever, he just tends to, good things happen when he's in the lineup.
Yep.
And then I love watching his arm. He throws
Yeah.
throws the ball across the diamond. But he's played, I suppose he's one of these guys that's played so many positions. He broke through and started on a really talent-laden team as a 16-year-old for Legion at shortstop, which is almost unheard of. He's played a ton of third base. He's played
Yep.
second base. He's played first. I know he played left tonight.
Yep.
So I guarantee, I know he's played right before. So basically catcher and maybe center field. Maybe,
Yep.
I'm not sure. Maybe he played some center field at one point too, but he's pretty much played every position other than catcher, and he used to play catcher when he was younger just because he was athletic enough to do it. All right, well, here we're going to have a mound visit here, and we've skipped a couple of our ad breaks, so let's take one of those ad breaks now. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
As you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North. Always true.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members.
All right, we are back here. It is the bottom of the fourth inning. We do have two outs. Runner in scoring position with Everson on second, Keegan Peterson up the plate. Looks like he's throwing plenty hard.
Yeah. You know, and just, you know, kind of keeps kicking that right leg. You know, you don't know if there's something going on there, but there was definitely some hesitation, you know, before his last few pitches, before that mound visit.
Yeah, my gut feel here, you know, he did a really nice job at shortstop in that first game. My gut feel is Hockert is the regular shortstop, but I do not know that for sure. Not what a luxury to have two good shortstops like that playing.
Yeah.
So here we go, Lucas Christensen, bottom of the fourth inning. Two outs, guys on first and second. So once again, the Haymakers kind of have something going with the top of the order on deck. And Lucas acts as a leadoff a lot, so Coach here has to like where he's at right here.
Yeah, you know, and Lucas has hit the ball hard tonight.
He has.
It's just the one was the line out to the third baseman, and you know, so many times like that where, you know, like you said, baseball's a game of inches, right? An inch here, an inch there, and all of a sudden he's got a double or a triple.
Yeah. Yeah, you're kind of hoping that he can try that again, because you keep hitting hard like that. I mean, not that you're necessarily trying where you're hitting it, but if you can do that again, you're those are going to find a hole eventually.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of fun. I don't know how it plays at home, but I have a hard time knowing what all we talked about on air and off air. We just kind of have a constant conversation, and we go from ads to game time and just keep on talking. But it's been we talk about the game while there's a break, and we talk about other stuff while it's not a break sometimes. But really, really have enjoyed having you here, and thanks for doing that. Nice job getting around it, and he does get safe at first. That was close.
Yep, that was great hustle. Dives in for the slide. You know,
that's another one to put a pin in, right? Because anytime someone moves even at all down the baseline, you'll have everybody yelling out of baseline and stuff. But you do have a little bit of room there to get around. In fact, the runner can't get in the way of the fielder. But so you had to do a little bit of that, and then it doesn't work if Lucas isn't flying down the line. And even then, it was a super bang play at first. Going back to your game of inches thing, and then now you have arguably your best hitter up and the leadoff hitter Carver Kasowski with bases loaded. Now, wild pitch, hit by pitch, a walk, a hit, any of that kind of stuff, you're scoring more runs, which is exactly what both teams need right now.
Yep. And every run, I mean, we saw it in the first game. Runs were at a premium, right? We had a bunch of hits, but couldn't get across. Wahpeton scores 4 and it's the game winners, right? And win the game 4-0.
Yep.
We have a chance to possibly break it open here with a timely hit by Carver, and could really add some insurance for Keegan.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's funny. You learn, in a perfect world, to use the coaching cliche. You like win or you learn. Oh, he wants to walk him. Hey, whenever the pitcher wants to intentionally walk somebody, that's probably a good idea to do. So I'm guessing that's what he's doing. Maybe not. Maybe they're talking again. This keeps on getting more interesting. I'm guessing with this being the second visit, I'm guessing that he has to make a move here, but we'll see. We'll stay right here. Carver up in the count here, 2-0. This is a situation that you really like to be in with Carver. And I kind of like the strategy of when you have, this is interesting, right? Because it kind of seems like he's taking big breaks out there and all that kind of stuff. But just in general, when you have a hitter like this up, 2-0 is when you're looking to do damage, right? You're not kind of thinking an if-then-else statement in your mind of, boy, only if it's this perfect pitch. It's like, I'm looking to do damage, and I'm thinking yes, and then if it's bad, I'm holding back at the last second. You like to see that aggression here, and maybe that's ripped. That's ripped, and that's going to get down, and interesting there. It looked like Keegan Peterson got a great jump. But I still think it was a wise move by Coach here. I don't think you're scoring him there, or at least it's going to be bang. Right?
And I think too, right? Part of that is knowing who's coming up, right? I mean, you just got a great hit by Carver, and now you got Brody Kegley. Another great hitter coming up to bat. So.
Yeah, don't be the coach that turns the 6-run inning into the 2-run inning by running them out of it, right? Like you say, if it was still at that place where you're having a hard time breaking through, maybe you're more up. Ooh, did he fall that off? He must have.
Update from Kindred. Black Stockings are up 2-0 in the top of the 4th inning.
All right. I think I heard Colton Mansky would be pitching this evening. Colton Mansky's been just an animal for that team this year. He hustles. I would say if you're taking a kid from the beginning of summer to the end of summer, so like there's a lot of these guys on the Haymakers that are doing everything the right way now. But Colton Mansky's one of these kids from day one. He was a guy that if I had a 9-year-old, I'm bringing him to watch Colton and say, just do what he does, right? He hustles all the time. He's been a great guy pitching this year, and so fun to see him have that success. Ooh, that's a scary one for Wahpeton. Scary one for Casselton too. You'd hate to get the pick off there.
You wonder if something's going on with Jones. Just the way he keeps moving that right leg. The longer time. in between pitches, the couple mound visits that they've had, you know. Well, every run counts.
Yeah,
every
there you
run's
go.
insurance, and great job by Casselton to scrape one by there.
Yeah, added one there. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com as we'll move to the top of the fifth. Top of the fifth inning. See you soon.
Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Yeah, welcome back here. You know, we're kind of talking about the quiet leaders and talking about, I think a lot of times we think of a rah-rah guy as who, sometimes when you think of leaders, it's the loudest guy in the room, which a lot of times it's not the case, right? It's some of your best leaders that you've coached, I'm guessing, are guys that don't really have to say much.
Yeah, and I think when the guys that are quiet and do the right things, right, when they speak up, it says more to your team than if the rah-rah guy, the loud guy, is always saying the same thing, right? Because it's just the same message. It's just louder, all that. But you get a guy like one of the guys we talked about was kind of Grayson, right? He's kind of a quiet kid and stuff like that. But when he speaks up to say, hey, we need to do this better or we need to do that better, like – people pay attention to that.
Carries more weight.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I think you're 100% right. Like here as number 12, Aiden Hayek steps in, I'll give you a little bit of maybe a self-deprecating story too, but a true story of that leadership corollary. Where we were doing this thing, your wife works at Microsoft, so there's always these, that's hit hard down the line. They call it foul barely. That was barely foul. That was, I love these big white lines on our old eyes because it sticks out a little more, but that was, even with that was close.
Yep.
That was really close. So yeah, at Microsoft, they always do these team building things, and you do these little projects at a table and whatever. And there was one time we were doing this, and halfway through the day, they say, hey, pick the people that were kind of a leader for you this morning. And, my name got brought up as one of them. So, of course, in my infinite wisdom, I say, like, okay, I'm going to really step up now. I'm going to be louder. I'm going to talk more. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to, command things. And at the end of the day, they said again, like, hey, who is the leader here? My name didn't come up.
Yep.
Isn't it funny? So, it was a good lesson of, that's not what leadership is.
Nope.
Leadership is serving and really being willing to eat last, being willing to, have your needs be met last.
Yeah,
and I didn't know that.
Leadership is not dictatorship.
That's right. That's right. It takes some of us longer to learn it.
Yep.
And I guarantee I've made the mistake over and over again a few times, but it's fun to watch these kids learn it. Like I saw your thing where you said you talked about Grayson Lewis as a 9th grader compared to now, and I remember watching that whether it was Fellowship of Christian Athletes or whether it's baseball kids or whatever it is. You see the ninth grader that's sitting there and in the corner and doesn't want to be seen and just like, do not look at me, turning to the senior that just like has a following, right?
Yep.
And I bet you've seen that over and over and
yeah.
over again in
Yep.
all of your coaching and leadership.
Yep. And, you know, like everybody thinks, oh, well, it's the best athlete that does, you know, that everybody
Sure.
gravitates towards
Sure.
and all that kind of stuff. That's not always the case.
No.
You know,
No,
it's
yeah,
more
makes
about
sense.
their personality, how they treat you, how you feel when you're around those
Sure.
people. You know, like it is so huge just in how you treat people, you know, whether or not they want to choose to listen to you.
Makes sense, you know. And I think what's really interesting on that too, and you can imagine this with the kids and with us as adults and everything too, is like having some grace for the guys that are maybe going through some stuff, or
Yep.
they're going, you know, they're stressed, or like they're living through kind of a crazy time. They can be a little harder to be around, you know.
Yep.
But it's like, but the key thing there, like you say, is what are they like normally?
Right.
You'll give them more of a grace if that's not them
Yep.
all day every day,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So.
Big half inning by the Black
go.
Stockings, now up 6-0.
Oh wow!
So, yeah.
Wow! That's great job, or really good news for Coach Coppervig and Coach Boer down there. They've done a really nice job with that program. They've, you know, it probably mirrors the Haymakers a little bit. I think the Haymakers, it's like there may be a little bit of a quieter group, but just like had to start doing some of the physical things right, where I think the Black Stockings have mirrored it in the fact of, you know, maybe they were just, you know, not really pulling in the same direction, or really not all engaging or attentive in the right way. And boy, when I watch them now, they look as good as anybody. Early in the year, they had a doubleheader against Thompson, and they were just outclassed.
Yeah.
And Thompson didn't have their best kid. And then we watched them play halfway through the year in the Diamond Days tournament. That was a good game, you know. Other than this big first inning that Thompson had, they really played them straight up the rest of the way. So fun to see that. You know, I think of Coach Brent Nelson for the new coach for the high school team. He's down there watching that, and he's watched a lot of these games. He's watched all of them all up and down. I'm sure. I bet he's licking his chops. He can't wait to get his hands on some of these kids.
Yeah, you know, and you know, even when he was, you know, the assistant at Cheyenne,
yeah,
you know, he was still coaching here in basketball. So
yeah. He
him
knows
and
he knows the
Lucas
kids,
and
right?
Him and Keegan, you know, great
Yeah.
relationships with those guys, and he'd follow them, right? You know,
Yeah.
like if you look at, for anybody that's listening, that's, you know, understands game changer.
Nice play by Bryce.
Yeah, that was a great play.
Yeah.
Anybody that understands game changer, you follow the teams, right? Well, if you pull up he's got his Cheyenne teams that he was coaching, and
Sure.
right there with it are all the Central Cass teams, and
Yeah.
now he's got all the Casselton summer teams on there. So
Yeah.
he's doing his homework, you know.
You know, kids notice that too, don't they? They notice when people are here watching, right?
Yep.
We'll take a break here. Keep watching YourLiveEvent.com. We'll take a small break as we come back to the bottom of the fifth inning.
New pitcher.
Okay.
There's a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
Hello, we are back here Bottom of the 5th inning. 3-0 lead. We got a new pitcher. We got Matt Peterson coming in. Number 9 for Wahpeton. We'll kind of look around here. So, yes, Doctor stays at shortstop. Looks like Riley Jones came out of the game is my guess. So my guess is that Peterson will bat in the 4-hole. Unless something else happened there. We'll see for sure. But up comes the very talented Ryan Osmondstad, who's batting 3 this evening for the Haymakers. And he has really settled in there. He batted there or close to there for most of the high school season as well. One of these guys that does the no batting gloves, and just thinking of Ryan's personality, that doesn't surprise me at all.
No, he's about as old school as they come, so.
Yeah, you like that? That's fun to see. One of my favorite players back in the day was the old Vladimir Guerrero, not the junior. Don't get me wrong, he's fun to watch too. But he was always this no batting glove guy, which is just crazy to me when you have wooden bats and people are throwing 90s, and it just it doesn't matter. Matter. You play 162 games, I just can't imagine. There you go. You'll see Ryan busted down the line again, but Hockert has arm to burn there at shortstop. That's another piece of managing arms so they can bounce back and be ready. If you overdo them on the pitcher's mound, the shortstop's going to hurt, right? So if you kind of keep them within themselves, then they can still play the other positions and do all that. I always kind of thought catcher was a sneaky place that was kind of okay for the pitchers. Like, I understand the heat of it and the sweat and all that kind of stuff, but the nice part about it is you're really playing catch. So, sure, you'll have some throws that are hard down to second, but for the most part, you get to play catch a lot, so you get to stay loose. Where shortstop, you sit there quietly for 10 minutes, and then you have to throw something as hard as possible all the way across the diamond. It's really tough.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing with catcher is, just what it does to your legs, right?
For sure.
And as a pitcher, you need
fall
your legs,
tips.
So.
Yep. All that fun stuff. Yep. Yeah, in the pros, it's always interesting how a lot of those catchers don't hit as well. It's a little different these days, but it's hard to hit well when you're always doing that with your legs and you're getting fall tips off every which place on your body and your wrists and elbows and all that fun stuff. Everson flies out there for the 3rd out. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com. 3-0 Haymakers as we head to the top of the 6th inning.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming today.
Oldest sister.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, we're back here. We're back. Welcome back, and it's the top of the 6th inning. 3-0 lead here for the Haymakers. As we were talking about, this is a super important game for both teams. They're kind of, they both started really slow, probably for different reasons. I think the Haymakers had really high aspirations this summer, and they just lost a lot of close games. I think Wahpeton is still kind of rebuilding from those 3 championships out of 4 years because they kind of trusted a group of guys for a long time, and those guys are having a ton of success in college now, and they're playing together in amateur and doing a really great job. So just kind of rebuilding that was a little tougher. where so just a different experience for the Haymakers. But either way, they both end up in about the same place in the standings. So if I have the standings correctly, I think this is the last doubleheader for Wahpeton as well. If whoever loses this game will be in the play-in in a really tough 9-team bracket. Now, of course, whoever wins this game gets to play the second seed in the first round. So that's not a great consolation prize, but a little better than it is a little better, because if you win the play-in game, you get to play the 1 seed. So that's not easy, of course.
And that game is a loser-out game, right? So
that's right.
You lose, you're done.
That's
Tournament's over.
That's right.
So you're going to throw one of your better pitchers to make sure that you have a chance
for sure
in the tournament.
Yeah, it's
then you
win or go home.
You lose one of your pitchers.
That's right. That's right. Amount of games matters greatly, right?
Yep.
So, Case and Pinsino coming up, because we've watched it. We, Carver Koselski's pitched as good as anybody, and he didn't, and he pitched in that game about as well as anybody could, and still didn't quite get through the game. So it's really hard to use one pitcher for a full game. And even when you do, chances are that's one of your best pitchers, and you burnt them up on that. So yeah, it's an advantage. It's a huge advantage. The great part is I really think both these coaches have the long view in mind. They're really trying to develop these kids. They're really playing for the end of the year and hoping that they're climax at the right time. That must be it for Keegan, huh?
Yep, must be. Hey, you know what though? Great way to end it. You know, right?
Yeah.
Your last time on the mound here, and you get the strikeout there to put 2 outs on the board, and
Yeah, you got everything that you wanted from Keegan in that game, and it looks like they're going to go to the other one of the other seniors, Jack Everson, and they'll probably do a little like triangle here where Keegan goes to third, Carver goes to shortstop, and then shortstop Jack Everson comes in to pitch. Jack, he's one of these guys that pitched a lot younger, and when he was 15, really kind of climaxed on that, because he's one of these guys that throws strikes at a crazy high rate. And at the Babe Ruth level, if you can do that and keep the ball down, it's really hard for those guys to generate enough power, So had a ton of success there, and now he's starting to kind of get back to some of that, but there just hasn't been a lot of need to pitch him because you have those top 4 guys.
Well,
and
and I would say the one thing, that you guys have done and with the, in Casselton baseball as an organization has really started to develop that depth at the pitcher and catcher position, right? And 2 very key positions to have depth at. So when you have somebody that's as valuable as Jack is in the infield, especially at shortstop, the less you have him on the mound, the better your defense is, right?
Sure.
Sure.
It's a whole piece
yeah,
there, right?
Yeah.
That's what I really loved about this tournament. I was really nervous going into the Ascension tournament, and like I'm just doing it as a coordinator and fan and dad and whatever. Where Coach Shear, I can imagine he was really nervous about it. But getting through 5 games or possibly 6 games if they wouldn't have got the bye there, scary. The cool part about it is guys like Grady, guys like Jack pitched really well and gave them some confidence. But not only that, they put Carver at short. They put Keegan at some other positions. They did, and I think that gained a lot of confidence for Coach Shear there. They call that foul?
Yeah, they called it foul.
Wow! And that would have been in the running for our Agassiz thing if not.
Sure would have been.
I always tell Keegan, I love any chance I get to see you throw that howitzer across the field there. But nice play either way. And that's not easy to do. You just got done pitching.
Yeah.
You're kind of thinking about what just happened. Instantly he gets a play down the line, and he's all over it like a cat. All right, got the first hit there with 2 outs in the inning.
Yep.
All right, there's a nice nice lead off there. Yeah, so Jack with an interesting outing this weekend. So he, you know, you see how tough it is to get through 7. He pitched 9. They went into 2 extra innings, and he ended up going the whole time. And Cale Lewis was figuring out, I think he said it was like 77 or 80% strikes there, and that's really the only way you can get through there, right? Plus you have to have great defense behind you, because you're not striking a ton of people out if you're getting through there, you know. So it was that, and it was crazy. That was at the beginning of this crazy heat, right? So it was just fun. Grady Mueller pitched a wonderful game the game before that too. So it just what a fun weekend all the way around. Well, there you go. There you go.
Great job by Jack. Man gave up the hip and turns around and closes the door on the next guy, and Wap's down to their last 3 outs now. And see if the Haymakers can't get one more, just to get a little more insurance for the boys.
Absolutely. As we move to the bottom of the 6th inning, very similar to Wahpeton when they moved there, they kind of tacked on that one more run to get it 4-0. I'm guessing Coach here and Coach Holmes, they're talking there, just praying for the same thing to happen here. Keep watching here on yourliveevent.com, and we will see what happens.
Feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated. So you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471.
Agreed.
All right, we are back, and we're in the bottom of the 6th inning. I keep wanting to hit it to the 7th. I don't know why, but
well, I think that's because we're winning.
Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. Yeah. Because I don't think we're getting down to Kindred in time anymore.
No.
So we're just going to have to live with Game Changer and the updates. Plus, I suppose there's a Your Live event there, so we probably could pull that up after the game here. Bryce Mueller stepping in. We've talked before about he's just one of these guys that he works with Mike Lang in Fargo. Shout out to Mike Lang. I know my oldest son has worked with him for a long time, and not that in itself matters, but kudos to Mike Lang that he's just good around the board. He's a fun guy and a great guy and guy that you like your kids to be around. Nice job there, Bryce Mueller. Bryce Mueller is one of these guys. I think you were talking earlier about all the different videos online and all the different, drills and all that kind of stuff. And no one wants to post stuff about, the boring stuff. They want to post sexy stuff of here's what you do with your hands, here's what you do, whatever. The thing that Bryce does better than everybody else is he is so stable in his legs, and all your power comes from the ground force through your feet. So, like, anytime you have young guys around, like we did some Friday night hitting this off season, it's like, look at Bryce. Do that with your legs, Here comes Grady Mueller. Nice job leading us off there by Bryce. Once again, there is no relation here between the Muellers, right?
No. Top 6 in Kindred. It's Casselton 7, Kindred 1.
Wow. Starting to pull away there. Who was your rival up in rugby growing up?
Oh, I think it kind of depended on the sport, but I would say probably the main one was Velva. They were kind of the rival in football and wrestling.
Okay.
Bishop
They're
Ryan
kind of
was
blue
in there
too, aren't they?
Velva? Blue and yellow.
Bishop Ryan was tough so many times.
Yep.
They were a thorn in the side for a lot of teams. Rugby, would they have been in the North Star Conference back in the day?
So they were. It's funny that I ended up at Central Cass because, you know, when I was in rugby as a student, as an 8th grader, we were North Star. It was our last year as Class A. So when I became a freshman, we were Class B. And we were, you know, we were the big Class B school.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
You know?
Yep, we live some of that in Valley.
Yep. You know, now, that being said, back then, a lot of the schools we played weren't that much smaller than us because populations were still pretty good in those schools and those communities. But, you know, then go to college and end up getting married and look for a place to settle down, and we end up in Casselton, and, you know, we're kind of right back in the same spot, right? We were that big Class B school that is transitioning to A, you know, so.
Yep.
So, but yeah.
And you've seen it both ways, right? So you kind of, you know, and I think what's so interesting is you know, it's very easy to look at someone of, well, you came from there, so that's what you think. But in some ways, you came from A-ish, B-ish, and you saw what it's like to come down. It's not necessarily always the best or the worst or whatever, right? You know, so there's a nice double play there for Wahpeton. But I think what was interesting is, so like for Valley, they moved down in football way back when we were like right after we got done, and you know, you're thinking, oh yeah, they're gonna move down, they're gonna mop up, and it wasn't that way, right? Because back then, like you're saying, there's a lot more big schools, a lot more competition, and it really did come down again to there's good programs, you know. So it's never gonna be perfect, right? It's never gonna be perfect, but you have to protect what the divisions were made for.
Yep.
And so my brother-in-law, Mike Covervig, I like what he says. He's like, well, either you try to line up competition or you just go all one level. Yep. You know, like if you don't care about competition, then let's just go all one level.
Yep.
And let's just, you know, do it that way. So
yeah, and he's not wrong. And you know, I mean,
kind of the Indiana basketball thing, right? In the old days.
Yep.
Maybe they still do it. I don't even know. Keep going.
No, I just, you know, like for me and for everything that we kind of went through there, it was, you know, there's never going to be a perfect plan in North Dakota because we don't have enough variety of school sizes. You know?
Yep.
You have your really big metros.
Nice hit by Keegan. Yep.
You kind of have some of your smaller metros, if you will, like a Wahpeton, Valley City, Devils Lake, you know.
Yep.
And then you have your large Class Bs transitioning to A's like us and Kindred, and, you know, a Grafton that was a Class A, and their enrollment seems to fluctuate, you know, quite frequently. But, you know, you can't always – you're just going to have that in North Dakota. You just don't have enough of the same to make really big divisions in everything, you know. So you just have to do your best to try and level out the competition, if you will, and go from there. And if you're that small school that happens to be, you know, in with the bigs, like, man, it's an awesome feeling, honestly. You know, when you're that small town, you know, that small town Casselton, small
jump
town
by Peterson there,
Central Cass, and you're playing against these metros, and you find ways to win. You know, and it's not even so much about the win, but it's the lessons that you teach these kids along the way with that. Like, with hard work and preparation, it doesn't matter how many people they have sitting in the dugout or standing on the sideline.
Yep.
You know, if you put in the time, you can be just as successful as those programs.
Yeah. You know, and it's funny, it really comes down to, like, doing the things that cause you to win. You know, I think of back, there was a team that came through that was just really loaded for West Fargo baseball, this 14-year-old team. And they played our Legion team. And it was almost one of these, like, should we really be playing a 14-year-old team? But the funny thing is, they did everything right on a baseball field. Like, their catcher caught as they were supposed to. They threw strikes. They hit the outside corner. They kept the forces. They made the play they should. It doesn't matter how old you are,
right.
You know, like when they did that, it was just hard to beat them. You know, in fact, I think Andrew Volkot here, the home plate umpire, would have been on that Casselton team that played those guys. I know quite a few of those West Fargo guys have played at pretty big colleges since then. Yeah, all of a sudden now we have something going here if you're a Haymaker fan. And you have a guy at third base in the speedy Christensen who can be a pest over there if you're the other team. I'm sorry, Christensen's up to bat. Keegan's up at there is at third. Yeah, he did a great job getting a second and then getting a third on those. And we know that Lucas is going to just battle you. Oh, shoot, Keegan was really being a pest over there. It was fun to watch him dancing around and distracting and good at bat by Lucas, getting it to full count, and then equally nice job by Peterson with an outside pitch there and kind of made him chase there. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com. Fun to watch that chess match, and we will head to the 7th inning.
Casselton Parks and Recreation provides a wide range of programs, activities, and community events throughout the year. From parks, facilities, shelters, and outdoor spaces, they're perfect for gatherings, recreation, and enjoying a peaceful break in nature. Enjoy Cottonwood Golf Course for a fun and challenging round of golf for every skill level. To book a tee time or to find out more about Casselton Parks and Recreation, go online to CasseltonParks.com. That's CasseltonParks.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
All right, we are back. Welcome back here. Yeah, fun to talk about all the different levels. I love that second class of football. You really do have to have a good program. You have to play the right way. But I think what was cool is, actually we were watching an Oregon Duck Iowa football game and watching that last game of the playoffs on TV or on stream. Me and Cale Lewis. As you know, Cale Grayson's dad, they're both big Duck fans, and Jack came with us too. What I noticed with those final four teams is it didn't look much different than them. You know what I mean? Like, I think we're right there with them, and I think what's so cool about that is at all levels, when you get to the final few teams, you're going to have good teams. Yep. The difference is, can you play good competition all year to get you ready for that? We've just had so many, depending on the level in the summer and the age, there's so many times that we'll play a certain level all season, and then we'll finally get to the place where it's like, okay, let's test it and see how good we are against the top three, and it's really hard unless you've played them. Just like you said with the softball example. Yep, right?
And and you'd kind of mentioned that false sense of confidence, right?
Yeah.
And how quickly that can shrink in any sport, So.
Yeah, it's it can be a version of the Mike Tyson thing. Everyone has a plan until you get punched in the mouth, right? You're like, man, we're the best and we're great, and then all of a sudden your first pitch that's worked all year, some guy hammers it off the fence, and you're like, now what? So what am I supposed to do? So, or you get some guy whizzing a much faster pitch than you've seen all year, and you're like, boy, I'm not sure I can hit that. So there you go, nice little nibble on the outside corner there. This is Hayek here. Brady, you mind turning that light on? All right, quick up on the count, 1-2 there, Grady. Nice job. I know there's no one on base, but there's still value in that. For one thing, the ump loves you because you're not getting him pelted. The other thing is you're getting it back to the pitcher quicker. You're getting him on rhythm, and then you're also just kind of showing like I got too much pride in what I do to let that thing get past me, right?
It builds good habits, right?
You're right. Right. Well, there it is. That's a good win. Wahpeton's always going to battle you. You're just never going to Man, those are two good games. They really carbon copied games. Only the opposite team won.
And you know what? Like, call it the announcer jinx. I don't know, but
sure.
Every night that I've been here, we have split.
Wow.
Every single night, and it has been carbon copies. You know, like you know, the night we played Garrison kind of started off a little bit hot. We grab momentum, end up winning the game second half of the inning or the second half of the game. Fast forward to game 2, we start off hot. Garrison gets momentum and walks away with a split. You know, same thing that happened with Minot. Same thing that happened on Tuesday night with West Fargo. Same thing tonight. But, you know, kudos to our boys and the Haymakers. You know, being able to get the split and like the seniors, right? Like Keegan starts it, right?
Yep.
You know, plays a whale of a game for us pitching, and Jack comes in and closes it. And you know, as far as like seniors go and stuff like that, I couldn't think of two better guys to go out there and secure the W for Casselton.
Yeah, Grayson Lewis gets one of the catches out there, and that ball seemed to be up there forever, right after he had caught all game, right? And it just like it kept on fading. It looked like, and you know what's great about that? It'd be very easy for Grayson to say, "I'm the catcher. I'm the senior catcher. You know, I don't want you taking this spot." And by all accounts, whether you're talking to Coach Shear, whether you're talking to anyone else, anytime there's a change like that, Grayson's like, okay, right? You know, he's just not about himself. Rylan Boder, how about that kid? You know, you're willing to be pitcher only for the most part. He's actually gotten a lot more at bats this year, and he's done a good job with it. It's almost like once he kind of decided, I'm not going to focus a lot on the hitting, and I'm not going to kind of have the pressure in the box. He started like almost loosening up and better. But he's been phenomenal pitching. We would have never got to the state championship game last year without him. We'd have never got through the game with Devil's Lake, and then bad luck has it he gets mono in the summer of his 18-year-old Legion year, right? But he takes it in stride, and he, you know, tonight he shows up. Doesn't have to be here, you know, but shows up because, you know, there's probably no place he'd rather be. And love that kid. He's going to go and get to throw some in college too. Great job by the other boys. Great job by these coaches, continuing to push on all of them. It's just been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And so let's move on to the awards here. After the break, we'll talk about the Agassiz Precision play of the game. Agassiz Precision Egg, your local precision planting dealer. Agassiz Precision Egg in Hillsboro. Call 701-436-2119 or visit planterdoc.com. That will be the defensive play that we'll talk about after the break. Then we'll talk about the connection to game, some big hit. Discover local reliability you can trust. Halstead Telephone, it's how to connect. halsteadtel.com. And last, but certainly not least, the Enbridge player of the game, Life Takes Energy, Enbridge. Energy for life, enbridge.com for career opportunities. We'll take a break, and then we'll come back and hand out some hardware. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile Project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
All right, we are back and ready to handle some hardware. This seemed easy. You rattled these off. You're either ready to go or you know or you knew them right away. I think it's both.
Yeah, you know, I think it's just, you know, in games like this that are played so well.
Yeah.
You know, and two teams that make things look so routine and so easy. We actually had some that really stood out, you know, in this game, and to me, they, you know, that honestly everything that we're going to name off here was difference makers, you know.
Yeah, for sure. So the first one is Agassiz Precision Egg, precision play of the game. What was your defensive play of the game?
Yeah, you know, and you know, like I said, your son plays the right way at shortstop, and honestly, in a couple of my games, probably should have had the defensive play of the game, but again, he makes stuff look so easy. The way he charges, the way he fields it. He's judging the bounces exactly the right way. It seems like his glove's always in the right spot. Made some great plays in this game. But I think the play that really, really set Central Cass up was in the top of the second. We have in the top of the third, we have what we thought was going to be the triple by Brody in the second inning. Wahpeton comes out. They get runners on. They're going to try the squeeze play, and we end up playing it perfectly, getting them out at third, and we get out of the inning unscathed. With the way that runs were at a premium tonight, that was huge for our guys.
Yeah, and you can't underestimate what Grady Mueller did there, because sure, he kind of missed the squeeze, but it's like a lot of catchers will catch that one in the chest or it'll bounce away because they're ready to play the bunt. To be ready to catch that just in case he doesn't is really disciplined. And everything you know about Grady is discipline. or was that Grayson that? But that one was Grady, right? That was Grady because it was before he came in. I think Grayson had that happen in the first game, as we talked about. Okay, so now we'll go to HTC connection of the game, and that once again is the HolstedTel.com HTC. Okay, so the big hit in the game. This was also an easy one in such a close, well-played game.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially it's the game-winning hit, right? Scored the first 2 runs of the game. Ryan's 2-run triple. Yeah. He brings in the RBI, brings Carver in, and then the overthrow allows him to take the free base because the ball goes out of play. So, but just a wonderful hit. Just really got into it, and for me, it was a pretty easy one.
Yeah, and what's funny about that is it felt like if Coach here was going to sit down and architect a play, he would have architected that way because he had the runner moving, which is not necessarily something they've done a lot. But you just talked about right before that, you're saying like, boy, you just got to do something to get something going when you're talking about Brody stretching it to trying to stretch it to third. So he gets I think it was Carver running from first to second, or I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was Carver. And then Ryan hits it perfectly to right center as against where the defense is moving. So like otherwise, I don't think he scored 2 on that play. And of course, the second one was because of the overthrow. But you wouldn't have had the overthrow in the third baseman trying to do the quick tag if he wouldn't have been there, right? So it really did result in both runs. That was phenomenal, and a great hit by Ryan too. So let's go to the Enbridge Player of the Game. This one's a fun one to build up because we talked about this. We talk about having 3 to 4 aces on this team. We talk about Lucas and Carver being the sexy big guys that, and it was great to see Lucas come back like this and Carver pitched as good as he possibly could on Tuesday. And then it's like, oh, yeah, by the way, here comes Keegan, who's this 18-year-old ace. And you talked about quite longly about, like, prior to the game saying, anytime he's in this position, he kind of seems to come through and goes and wins it. So, your player of the game.
Yeah, my player of the game is Keegan. And honestly, I could almost go player of the game 1A is Keegan, player of the game 1B is Jack, right? Like, Jack came in and shut it down, saved the game, made a ton of defensive plays for Keegan when he was playing it short. But yeah, Keegan got the ball. It was his chance to go out and pitch one last game here. And make the most of it. And exactly like his quote said, right? Like he was just being true to himself. He didn't try to do anything extra. He got into some tricky situations and got strikeouts when he needed to, and just so happy for these seniors and proud of the young men that they are. That they get to leave this field tonight winning their last game.
So let's go to that quote. So the question on the senior survey for Keegan Peterson was, what would you recommend to young guys coming up in Central Casselton baseball? He says, stay true to yourself and don't try to do too much. When the moment comes, just do you and be confident. That's said pretty well and pretty prophetic, wasn't it?
And you saw all of that on the mound tonight.
And he did it with the bat tonight too. He did it with the hustle. And then when we talked about, he gets relieved because he runs out of pitches, goes to third, there's a stroke down the line that could have been fair or foul.
Yep.
He gets there, and I think that would have been our precision play of the game
Yep.
if it would have been fair. That's
Yep.
how good it was. Well, it was great, and I really appreciate you doing this year, Travis. You know the kids so well, and like we talked about before, kids recognize it. Kids know when you show up, right? And you've been showing up for kids for years. Thank you, sir.
Hey, thank you for asking me. This has been a blast. I didn't know what it was going to be like, and night one was probably a little shaky. I hope it got better for our listeners as it went on. But it was a blast for me. I thoroughly enjoyed doing it. So thanks for thinking of me and asking me to help.
Well, thank you, sir. And we even got to keep Brady Peterson in line up here a little bit, so that was good. All right, well, we do have another game tomorrow night. We have a Junior Legion game, and they play in their last home game of the year on a Friday night affair. And then we're going to have a fun one on Monday. That's going to be the last year live event of the year for us. The Titans get their chance at being on the stream. The Titans are a 13-year-old team coached by Nick Martin and assistant coached by Brody Runk. And then they got a couple other high schoolers that help them. A couple of these guys down here that help, Grady Mueller, Lucas Christensen. Some of those guys are helping them. So that will be fun. Thanks for tuning in, and we will see you soon.